Okay, good morning again, participants. It's nice to have you stick with us for the second day of this workshop.
Good morning.
You're welcome for the second day, second session of the 2024 PA workshop. Understanding the essentials of PA, TA, and EA duties, effective communication and relations. So we're going to be starting off with a recap of what we did yesterday. Mrs. Tijani will be taking us on a recap of yesterday's session. So what we're going to have now is Mrs. Tijani take on the session. She's going to be starting off with the modern assistant, moving beyond the basics. That's the session that she'll be having. She'll be taking us on today. Mrs. Tijani, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. It's amazing that you have decided to join in early. We'll go straight into a recap of yesterday's session before we then talk about what we have for today. It's going to be a very interactive class today, even much more than we had yesterday. It's going to be an interactive session. Prepare to speak, to share your feedback via the comment section and what have you. Okay, so I'm going to start with the question. What is your key take home from the Executive Support 101 session yesterday? Just tell me in the comment section, raise up your hand so I can, call upon you to speak. Just tell me what you took away with you from yesterday's session, because for such sessions like this, people can speak and talk and talk and talk, but what you go home with is what will live with you. That's like your action point. And when people learn, what I say is, don't wait for an opportunity to go back to your notebook and read. When you're learning and you find something that is going to make the difference for you in your work, turn it to an action statement. That's a learning hack. Turn it to an action statement. Just take it. Maybe they're telling you about something that you know you need in your work. Take it and say, I will become proactive in this. It's no more something that was told to you, something that you're now turning into an action statement, okay? I see Tolulope says that for her, it was that proactive communication is effective communication. So Tolulope says what she took home with her yesterday is that proactive communication is effective communication, and that's absolute truth. That is what makes it effective. When you come back later, you're trying to put out the fire. Communication is not effective as it should be. Okay, let's have more take-home points. Okay, Abdulaziz said he got reassurance that negotiation is part of his job. Absolutely. The executive assistant role requires you to be a good negotiator. You need to be a good negotiator because, aside from negotiating something that has to do with monetary value, you negotiate things for your boss. Let's say your boss is traveling and they tell you that, there's no more space or they can't get tickets. That's where your negotiating skills come to play. You need to move the chess, you need to move things around to make sure that thing gets to happen. So if you're building on your negotiation skills, you're on the right path. Okay, Korede has a hand up. Korede, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you very much, Emanuela, and it was a very good and insightful session yesterday. I'm unable to use the chat box, that's why I had to speak. So for me, it was the key takeaway for me was I got notes and everything. It was about always closing the loop. Even though I have so many years of experience doing this job, those things still come back and bite you in the back when you're not looking. So sometimes when you're given like a partial feedback and you don't end up closing it, it just looks so bad by the time your executive comes back. So for me, I'm making it key so that it reduces the error rate. And like you mentioned, you said the error rate, once it's too much, it just erodes trust. And I've had to change executives over the couple of years I've had to do this. But I find out that this thing still keeps coming back. So even though I've been on the job for a while, this training is really helpful for me, not only as a refresher, but to also give me insight and to emphasize those points, those weak areas that I need to work on. So for me, it's really always closing the loop and to manage and reduce the error rates. That's my own key takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Korede. And those are powerful takeaways. So I always say, anytime I get to train, I always like to start with Executive Support 101, because no matter how long you've stayed on the role, these are the first principles that you require. to make sure. Sometimes we stay so long and we forget the basics that help us to do the job well and become reliable. So that's why it's a very important thing. Thank you so much for reiterating those points. Sharon says that she learns that being a good listener also transmits to her being a good communicator. And she also listens. She have to listen to hear the unspoken words. Brilliant. I heard Mr. Onikosi talk about that a lot. And I also mentioned that where I said there are two ways of communication. One is the verbal, where people have to tell you, do this, do that. The other is non-verbal, where you need to listen with not just your ears, because the verbal one requires you to listen with your ears, but the other one requires you to listen with every other of your senses of organs. So you need to listen with your eyes, you need to listen with even your nose. There's a way you come into a place and you just get to perceive that this shouldn't be so. So every part of your body is awakened to what is going on around you. And that's when you talk about active listening. Okay, fantastic. Timothy says that he needs to understand and improve his understanding of the business of the organization. And it's a key. It's a key to succeeding. The business of your business is a key to succeeding as an EA. If you have not understood that, and this is a very big tip for people who are already advanced. You have a lot of years under your wings. It is easy for anyone to just come tomorrow and say, you know what? This person that has many years of experience, we cannot afford her again. We can't afford her. Let's just go and take one newbie, that knows how to speak English, is very young, still has many years on the job, has a lot of energy. And once that person, the only reason many times when I see that decisions being made, the reason why the people who have experience stay on the job is because of the historical context they have for the organization and the knowledge of the business that they have. That's where a newbie cannot chance you. Because you have historical context, you have knowledge of the business. You're not just talking calendars now, you're talking businesses, you're talking language of the business. And then you can't buy that by just bringing a random person to come and replace. So that's a key for the OGs. Just, understand the business of your business, understand the commercial equation of your business. Okay, do we have more takeaways? Mike, I see your video is on. Do you want to share anything with us? So go ahead and tell us something from yesterday's session.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody. Yesterday's session was quite insightful. It was I was really inspired by everything. I had a lot of ways from assistant being a mindset. The word when you talk about being an assistant beyond the normal thing. When you're still on the job for a very long time, you see that you're like the first point of call of your supervisor, of your executive. You're the first point of call, and you're always their go-to person. So when you build that trust, you're always their go-to person.
Fantastic.
You don't want to know if whatever the situation is, they will just want to go to you because they even go to you, it is solved. And that is a practical case of my own self. My supervisors, they believe that I know everything. Whether it is out or not, they just believe that just call Mike and your case is settled. So it's also important that as assistants, you're vast. You try and seek knowledge, try and improve yourself. No knowledge is a waste. I had a lot of takeaways from the 5 C's of trust: connection, communication, character, competency, confidence, and all the rest. It was quite insightful yesterday, and I would say if you missed day one, you've missed a lot.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Mike. And you were just keeping all of this to yourself. Thank you so much for that recap. I like the tagline, just call Mike. Just call Mike. It looks like, it's 0700, just call Mike. It's just like anything you want. And that's the level you get to when you have, built that synergy with your executive. Amazing. Thank you so much. Right. So, everyone has shared a lot of things about what they learned yesterday. I'll just do a recap and say that we learned about the definition of an assistant. We started there. Who is an assistant? And we could take more time and even hear a few people talk about, you can put it in the comment section if you remember some of the key things that we saw in those two definitions, the one from, the State of Assistant report, as well as Jeremy Burrows. And I hope many of you checked out Jeremy Burrows yesterday. I'm going to put his name again here for those who are just joining us. He's the author of The Leader Assistant, and he's also the founder of the Leader Assistant podcast. You could find it anywhere, Spotify, anywhere, right? I hope we checked him out. But they mentioned some things about who an assistant is. It talks about State of Assistant report talks about it being a mindset. You need a servant's heart to do the job well. It also talks about the fact that you need the technical skills. You need the technical skills and the interpersonal skills to lead. You also need to be the voice and the face of the company, your executive. And then we had some big English from Jeremy Burrows where he said, you are a fierce negotiator, fearless negotiator, culture creator, pulse taker, chaos tamer. He called assistants all kinds of names that are very valid and which you should aspire to. Now, we also talked about the difference between the various kind of assistants that we have. We said that an administrative assistant is not the same as a personal assistant. A personal assistant is not the same as a technical assistant. A technical assistant is not the same as an executive assistant. They might have overlapping responsibilities, but they're not the same. They have, areas that they differ. Executive assistants, for example, we told you, I mentioned that their tasks are mostly business related. Personal assistants deal with personal tasks mostly. Technical assistants are bothered about, a special field, a specific field where they bring their advisor skills to play. And then administrative assistants, they're mostly about office management. So we also talked about the 10 basic rules of assistants, where we said the extent to which you succeed on the role is dependent on your executive. We also mentioned that the foundation of the executive and assistant relationship is trust, and that you must always be communicating to build upon that trust. We mentioned how you must maintain professionalism at all times, and how the best thing you can give back to your executive is time, and the next best thing is profit. Right? We gave those 10 points, very crucial points that are first principles. Whether you have 2 months of experience or, 10 years, 15 years, or 17 years like Mr. Peter, whom we saw yesterday, you require those 10 basic rules to succeed. Then we talked about building synergy. We moved to building synergy with your executive, where I told you that it's almost like the handshake, where you are very in sync with your executive because you have now built that trust. That's where we spoke about the 5 C's of trust. And Mike had mentioned them earlier, from connection to communication, to confidence, to competency, all of those things are, and I told you, if there is anything missing, if you haven't built synergy with your executive, there's a very high likelihood that one of those C's are missing. Which is why we said, those are very crucial for us to learn. We moved on to building influence. We didn't dwell on it a lot, as well as communication, because we had another facilitator who did justice to communication. We went on to building influence and how you can build influence, where we spoke about the need to share your work, the need to have, insert yourself into what is happening. Don't wait for permission. All of those things are what we discussed yesterday. Okay. All right, so today we will be talking about the modern assistant. Yesterday, when we took Executive Support 101, it was the basics. We went through the basics, what I'd like to call the first principles. Now, for every subject matter, if maybe you come into a new world and you come into a new field and you're trying to gain knowledge about that field, there are things that we call the first principles of that field. No matter what happens, they don't change, whether in 1903 or 1953 or 2054, they don't change. And those are some of the things that we looked at yesterday, the first principles of the executive support role. Today, we're moving beyond the basics, which is why the topic for today is the modern assistant, moving beyond the basics. I would also like to mention that at the end of my session, if there are specific questions you have in your role today that I didn't cover in any of my slides, please feel free to ask me those questions, because like I told you, you all are my tribe members. I've been there, done that, and at least to the best of my ability, I will respond to the question that you have. So today we're talking about the modern assistant. Who is the modern assistant and what exactly does that mean? And we're moving beyond the basics, which we treated yesterday. Okay, I'll ask a lot of questions and I hope to receive your answers, because this is going to be a very, very interactive class today. Let's start somewhere. There's something we're going to discuss now, and that's where we're going to start. Okay, how many of us saw this post by Mr. Tony Elumelu? How many of us saw this post? How many people? Are there any hands raised?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, who's that? Okay,
Mike.
Mike saw it. All the UBA people saw it. You're following your boss back to back to back. Okay, Chinabia saw it. Okay, who else? Who else is
Zebedee saw it, Anthony saw it, Precious as well.
Correct. Okay, so we have a number of people who saw the post. Okay, so tell me, when you saw the post, what came to mind? I'd like to know what came to mind. Anthony saw it, of course, all the UBA people saw it. Okay, Messi is not from, Tululope is not from, and she saw it. Okay, Sharon saw it as well. Okay, so that means a number of people saw it. What came to mind? Just talk to me. When you saw that post where he said, you know, Obong the lawyer and his one-time executive assistant, now CEO Hairs Technology, what came to mind? Honestly.
Hello, this is Mike.
Okay.
Okay. When I saw the post, I was like, you can get to wherever you want to get to if you're determined. Obong was his EA. From his EA, I think it was not just because of EA's qualification that made him become the CEO of Hairs Technologies. Obong had to improve himself. So if being an EA, the opportunities are there. You have the connection already with these top executives. Why not leverage on it? So those are the things that went through my mind when I saw.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mike. Like, you don't just get there, you need to, the opportunities are there, but you need to build upon it. And Ejiro said what came to mind was competence and trust. Fantastic. Competence and trust. And you can see that these two things were part of what we talked about yesterday. Competence and trust. I want more reactions to Mr. Elumelu's post. Any other person? What did you think about, even if it's the fact that you thought about, oh, when? Please just write it in the comment section. If maybe you had Godwin come to mind when you saw that post, let me know as well, okay? Any other person wants to react? What came to mind when you saw that post? Because I'm in a group of EAs. I've always been there since when I was an EA. Somebody wrote, Chine, thank you for saying the truth though. Chine said I will get there too. I will get, in fact, in a group of EAs I belong to, somebody practically typed a prayer. I said, one day we shall all arise to that position. And then she was practically praying in the WhatsApp group, you know, and she said, I will get there too. And I like that, I like that she admitted, okay, Timothy said he built on an understanding of the business. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because Chinabia, yes, go ahead and unmute yourself. I see your hand raised.
Okay, thank you. So what I see here, right, is Obong was directly shadowing Mr. Elumelu. He had the opportunity to be in meetings. He did not just restrict himself to being an assistant, right? He also built on strategy. He learned strategy, he learned management. And why Hested? Mr. Elumelu has several other companies, but then Obong probably was interested because I know Obong is a lawyer, right? But then Obong likes tech. I know Obong personally. Obong likes tech. And he built himself into that. He made Mr. Elumelu say, oh, this is the things I like to do, right? He attended meetings with Mr. Elumelu on things around technology. And Mr. Elumelu saw that this guy actually has interest in me. This guy is learning from me. This guy knows what he knows, right? And I feel like Mr. Elumelu trusted him enough to know that I have replicated myself in this person. And he has absorbed all of this. So if I'm looking for someone who can be me in this position, Obong is the go-to guy. And I think, like what Ejiro said, competence and trust. And Obong showing interest and not allowing the fact that he's an assistant stop him from aspiring to be like Ilumelu. Thank you.
Fantastic. Brilliant answer, Chinabia. And that's absolutely what transpired there. Of course, I don't know him personally, and I don't have, the first-hand information on what transpired. But based on your narration, that is exactly what went through my mind. The fact that this man, Obong that Mr. Ilumelu talked about, like Timothy said, got involved in the business of the business. And like you said, Chinabia, he did not restrict himself to calendaring, all those other things that are just, that they feel that it's an assistant's work. He practically shadowed, I like that word you used. And that is the opportunity everybody on this call has. Which is why I said one of the ways that you can build that trust and confidence and build your influence is by inserting yourself into the work. Many people wait for permission to read reports that pass through your desk. They ask for permission to read it. Reports about the business that you should ordinarily be interested in and be able to read and know what is going on. Insert yourself into the business, understand the business of the business. If you can't do that, then it might just be a wishful thinking for those who want to replicate the success that Obong has. And I also like what Chinabia said. He made it clear, which is why I said, share your work. Yesterday, we talked about it. One way to build influence, share your work. Show what you're doing and what you're interested in. My boss, when he was talking to me about the next role, everybody knew that I was interested in marketing. Everyone knew, at least many people knew, that marketing and project management are those areas where I want to move into. And so it was just a case of, are you now ready for marketing? Because I would always, when I was writing on LinkedIn, there was something I mentioned yesterday. The skill that you have, use it to obtain a quick win for your executive. When I write on LinkedIn, I try to put press releases together for the marketing team, things that already show that I'm interested in this, okay? I see Precious hand up. Precious, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just have something to chip in based on my experience in my role.
Okay.
So, I'll be done with my service by 4th of next month. So I was expecting that even if I will be retained at my place of assignment, that I'll continue in my EA's job.
Okay.
So one morning, I think about 3 weeks ago, my boss called me to her office and she called some people, like some of the executive in my office, and then she was like that she just did me some interviews, and I was like, which area am I interested in? Because she said she noticed that there are some things I am good at. I'm good at keeping relationship, I'm good at communication, and I'm also good at negotiation. And that I feels that with those qualities that I could be good at the business department instead of being an EA. So she was now like that I will move to the business development department. So that was my experience, right? So she noticed, right? There are some bosses that notice. They notice your skills and they help you to see how you could develop it, but some don't. Some sees it and they overlook it. You get me back? If it's others, they'll be like, okay, she's good. Oh, I like her. She should continue being my executive assistant. But she was like, no, that I have the skills, and she feels like if I'm in this department that I'll be great at it. So in this Obong and Tony's thing, I feel like he notices talent, right? The most important thing is being noticed. You might be doing so many things and then you will still not be noticed. That is what I have to say about it. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your feedback, Precious. And so you need to be strategic about your moves and your activities, right? Anywhere you find yourself, for example, in your case, Precious, you're going to the business development department, and everything that we talk about here will also apply to a very large extent, to you when you get there. So we need to be strategic about our activities. Don't just be overwhelmed with a lot of activities, running up and down, doing a lot of things. That's the nature of our job, right? But be strategic about the things that you do. There are some banks today, they don't need another star administrator. There are areas where they really need, and you could step up and just show that, that's the way to be strategic. Know what your company needs, know what your executive needs, know what is crucial, and insert yourself in the line of your interest. Okay, so thank you all for the reactions to that post. And I was mentioning that if you don't understand the business of the business and you don't go beyond the basics that we have spoken about, and that's why I started my slide with this. When I saw the post on X, which is why I said setting the context, when I saw that post, I'm like, we need to discuss this, because many EAs here aspire to grow beyond the EA role into a leadership role. And how many of us aspire to? So first, there are two categories I want to talk to. There are more categories, but just because of time, if you intend to grow into a leadership role outside of the EA role, can I see your hand up? And then we'll talk about the second category, which is those who intend to be career executive support professionals. Okay, I see Anthony's hand up. Chinabia's hand is up. Valerie, Mike, fantastic. So I'm talking to the right group of people. Many of us aspire to grow into a leadership role. But can I have two people tell me the specific leadership role they want to grow into? In the comment section, please. Yes, I see Corinne's hand up. Please use the chat so I can see it, because I'm not seeing party. I'm only looking at my screen. Two people, just write this in the comment section. Timothy, I see your hand up. Tell me the leadership role that you aspire. I'm not talking about the next step. What is the highest leadership role you aspire to be? And it might not be CEO. Ejiro says marketing. Brilliant. Okay. Ejiro wants to be like a CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, or a marketing director. But mostly in the banking industry, we have chief marketing officers. I use this to test people. Many of us want to grow, but we don't yet have an idea, and it's okay. I like the specificity of Chinabia's role. Chinabia is not just eyeing any role. She's telling us specifically. ED, strategy, and business transformation. I love it. I love the specificity of it. ED, strategy, and business transformation. So the things that Chinabia will be interested in, aside from the regular tasks that she's saddled with, will be along these lines. It helps to know where you're going to. For you to replicate Obong's success, when he sees technology, papers, industry news that are on, he will pay more attention because that's where he's headed to, right? Valerie says CFO or regional CFO, group tax management, whatever out of these options, I already see that there's a lot of finance. So I like that Valerie knows where she's headed. Chima says compliance. Chima, so what's that for you? There are compliance officers in my bank. So is that chief compliance officer? Mike says head performance management and monitoring. Fantastic. Dami says, okay, Chima says chief compliance officer. Dami says data analysis. Now, Dami, I like that you're saying data analysis, but Dami, could you tell me how many years of experience you have or months of experience? It's crucial for me, and I don't want to move away from it. It's something I want to talk about. Dami, please tell me in the comment section how many months or years of experience you have. Elintia wants to become the head of business planning and management. You should be Chinabia's friend. There's a bit of synergy, business. Oh, Dami says 3 months. Understandable. I could tell from Dami's answer that she's a newbie, because saying you want to become a data analyst already tells me that you're starting. I would not want to hear from anybody who is at least 3 years, who has 3 years of experience, say that they want to become a data analyst. And Dami, please, it's a very good role. I like that because you will start there and then you will grow into maybe a top role in finance. You need to follow the the steps and get technical skills. This is going to help you get technical skills. But if you're here and you're more than 5 years into this role, please don't aspire for get the technical skills you require, but don't aspire into a technical skill. I mean, a technical role. You don't need it at that time. You don't need it at that time, because for data analysts, there's a level to which you can go within, and if you already have 5 years of experience and more, I mean, why do you want to become a data analyst? But again, it could be a personal choice, and you could be aiming for something more from there. Sharon wants to become the ED corporate banking. Tolulope wants to work in regulatory compliance. Fantastic. And I love the specificity of these responses. Chinaya wants to become the group CHRO, I assume, the Chief Human Resources Officer. We have, a group CHRO in our company as well, an amazing woman, in fact. So these are all important roles to aspire to. But your responses already tells me that you are looking towards a direction. And if you're already doing that, make sure that the chance that you have now to get a front seat on how the business works, you are already looking at these things in detail. For Chinaya, who wants to become the group CHRO, she can read everything that passes her desk. But Chinaya, anytime you get a report from the Chief Human Resources Officer, I don't know where you work now, who you support now, but if you support an MD, for example, an ED, every time you get any report that has to do with HR, pay attention. Pay attention. Check what, the responses, how your executive is commenting on those things. There are things I save in my folder because of where I'm headed to, right? When my boss talks to the marketing professionals, as at that time, the CMO says here and here are critical, I save his responses. I go back and read it because that's where I'm headed, and I want to take these things from a business leader perspective. Right? So all these things, for Chinabia, for example, that wants to work in business transformation and strategy, when she sees reports, industry reports on strategy, or, have their industry events, or something passes her desk. Now, when you have reports on strategy and business transformation passing the desk, it only means that because Chinabia is headed towards that direction, she needs to pay extra attention. And when there are projects or tasks coming up within the company that has to do with strategy and business transformation, she needs to make sure that her voice is heard and she makes her input. There are projects that happen in the company. I specifically request to be on those projects because there are things to learn from it. I'm very interested in HR, even though I have a passion for marketing, right? I'm very interested in HR, but from a perspective of executive advisory, not from the normal recruitment and all. I'm interested in executive advisory. So whenever I see anything that has to do with human resources, management, and all of that, I pay extra attention. I look at it, I see the comments of all the leaders. I want to know how they're thinking, what is important to them and the business. Because I don't want to be in my world alone. The way an EA sees, without putting on the lens of an executive, is different from how an executive sees things, okay? So we spent enough time on this. We will move forward. But before I move forward from this slide, I highlighted 2 comments, and that's one person, because people were like, oh, this is an amazing thing from Mr. Elumelu. Somebody commented and said, you guys seems to forget that he added lawyer. He's not just an assistant. And immediately I responded. I said, please, most assistants, especially to top executives, are not just an assistant, regardless of their background. And that's what we're going to talk about today. We're moving beyond the basics. There is this notion, the reason why I added that comment, right, is because I wanted you to see how people who are not in our world, think about the role. A lot of times you hear just an assistant, it's just an assistant. And that's even when they are kind. Sometimes they just tell you you're just a secretary. And I told you yesterday, I don't like that word. Most times when you call EAs that have a lot of things to do and the scope of their work is so expansive, you then call them secretary. It's fine if it's coming, from a place of, but we need to understand that this is the notion that people have, just an assistant. And so this lady, in her opinion, Obong is successful because he's not just an assistant, he's also a lawyer. So I had to correct that notion. I said, no, it's not just because he's a lawyer. Regardless of the background of executive assistants, people supporting put some respect behind their name. People supporting senior executive assistants, they're not just an assistant. And that's why today we're going to move beyond the basics and see how do we even go beyond being just an assistant in the eyes of people. And it starts with perception management. Perception management is crucial. Yesterday, Mr. Peter asked a very important question at the end of our session. He said, so what about companies where they don't see assistants in the same light that we see it and the way we describe it? He said he knows a company, for example, where the senior leaders have said that all assistants be converted to temporary staff. They be made contract staff because of cost cutting. I responded to that. But you can't take away the fact that there's still some HR professionals thinking like this. Thinking, why do I need to put an EA or a TA? Even TAs, they get the better end, they get the better deals because they're more advisor level people and they have technical knowledge in specific fields. So I rarely see a TA being a contract staff. But when it comes to EAs, AAs, and PAs, especially PAs, human, HRs begin to think, why do I need to pay an assistant beyond this kind of amount, right? But we need to understand that it's the way that they perceive the role. That's how they see it. They feel that the content of your role is to confirm whether Oga is free on Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. They want to know if he's available to travel to this and this place to speak to that person and you that person to confirm if he's available to travel. Most people, that's what they know about the content of the role. When I was going to leave my role, someone made a comment when I was leaving, just for a small get-together, and said, Emanuela showed us that being an assistant was beyond doing XYZ. And that's the same kind of way I want you to manage the perception of your role, because how people perceive this role starts with you. The way they see you work, the things they see you do. And that's why when we want to move beyond the basics that we learned yesterday, we need to start with perception management for assistants, because you have a role to play in how people perceive the role. People like Amara, whose comment I showed earlier, that said, you people seem to forget that he's not just an assistant, he's also a lawyer. We need to re-educate them and let them know that this role is not, there's nobody who is in this role and doing the job well who is just an assistant. And you see it go ahead. I make bold to say that after I became an EA, HR started engaging me. What do you think? How do you think we can retain more? And that's the power of building a high perception of this role by your own commitment and delivery. You will essentially become an advocate for that role and an advisor. And that's what I want every one of us here to be, because it affects how high you go. It affects your career progression. It affects your remuneration. Now let's get to it. Perception management is about how you influence, the way others perceive you and your role. And a positive perception goes beyond being just an assistant. It's crucial for building trust, credibility, and career advancement. And that's why we're starting here. Now, to build the right perception, I always recommend that you start at the beginning of your relationship with the executive. It starts there. It starts there. But for those of us that haven't done the right things to build that perception, we can always start now by some of the things that I'm going to share. I have a particular EA who works with a senior executive, a CEO, in fact, and she was mentioning to me how when she started the role, she wanted to show how well she can work. So she started responding every time her boss sent her a message, whether, because she stays up late in the night, whether it's late in the night or Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, regardless of where she is, she will always respond immediately. After 3 weeks, she stopped responding. Now beginning to, and I told her what happened then, boundaries. I told her you started somehow. You started in a certain way. You've built, you've built a reputation. You have left a perception in the mind of this person. Now, 3 weeks later, you suddenly want to build boundaries. It doesn't work that way. It's going to be interpreted as you're no more on the top of your game. And that's why it's best to build perception at the beginning of a relationship with an executive. It can always be done anytime, but the best time is at the beginning, where you set the pace for how the work will go on, for how you are perceived. right? And so when we move on from here, we talk about the reason why perception management is critical at SAT today. Today, the workplace is changing. It's not the same workplace we had many years ago. And if you're not observing, you won't notice that it's changing. And yesterday I made a comment. I said, we're not looking for EAs or PAs or TAs in this, in the world we're going into again. People who are just there to carry out administrative tasks. We're looking for business leaders with administrative background and intelligence. And that's essentially what every one of us should build ourselves into. Business leaders in our own right, who have administrative proficiency, administrative knowledge, and administrative intelligence. Because the workplace is changing, right? In the 1950s, if you look at the pictures on your screen, I was doing a bit of research. I was working on a particular paper for EAs, and I was doing a bit of research. I saw that I tried to look for EAs in the 19. I wanted to see what it was like. I stumbled on a job description for an assistant. It was a secretary, then there was no EA as at that time. They were called secretaries. So I said, okay, what was this job like? I looked at a job description that was developed in 1954 or 1950 something, I think. Guess what the requirement was? It was the fact that you could smile well. They wrote it there, ability to smile well. They even wrote YN in front of the table. Smile well, yes or no. You needed to mark it. So you needed to smile well. You needed to be very polished. You needed to wear everything they listed on that paper. I was just smiling. I said, none of this is important in the scheme of things today. Now you could see a secretary in action to your right, is it to the left now? And for you to also understand why people still have that perception of just an assistant. Some people who were around during the time when these people you see on the left were just leaving the workforce, they still have that notion that they're there to, make sure that the printer is working well, print papers, make tea. Of course, many people have lost that perception now because they've seen powerful executive assistants do great things. But I just wanted you to see the progression so that you can appreciate how much we have moved. Now, the picture I put there for 2000s helps you to see, an EA who is smiling, probably in the office, working in front of a computer, delivering meeting reports and all of those things. But if you look at the last picture where I put 2021 and above, you see there's a transformation. You see an EA who is likely, where do you think that EA is working? Tell me. What do you think is happening in the, I'm not sure what happened there. Where do you think that EA is working? What is happening in that?
Remotely. Remotely.
Remotely, fantastic. I like whoever responded with remotely. You could see that EA or PA or TA, whoever the person is working remotely. You get a sense that the person is working from her house, right? And that's the reality. If you work in Sterling, that's where I work. And before I stopped I worked a lot from home. There were most days when I was working from home, right? And so that's how things are changing. And that's why you see many executives now, they opt for virtual assistants in addition to their technical assistants because the requirements of the role is beginning to change gradually. I've seen EAs today that now manage the social media pages of their bosses. Like they manage everything about their social media page, the communication in press releases, and they have more advanced, they carry out business research and they put reports forward on it. Right? Now mirroring what virtual assistants are doing to a great extent. And that's just to show you the progression of this role. And that's why it's important for us to move beyond the basics and start understanding the emerging trends of the role. Okay. Here, I tried to put a table into how the role has changed since, the 2000s. There's this change from the left to the right. And please follow me as I go along. For the first point, you see that there's a move from doing to thinking. In our role today, there's a move from doing to thinking. It's not like you're not going to do because whether in 1950 or 2054, the role of an EA will always be about getting things done, because I mean, that's why you're hired to support your executive. But there is now also an emphasis on the thinking aspect of our role, where you're not just a machine trying to get things done. Your brain is needed. The first day, I think it was just 1 week into my EA role, my boss told me, every time I get memos, and I don't know if this is also part of your role, I get memos from different people and different departments. And my job, based on the way I was told before I came into it, was to sort it into different categories and pass it on to my boss for him to review and either approve or make his comments. I would do that diligently. Almost 1 week in, my boss calls me and said, why do you always pass in these documents to me without saying anything? I was taken aback because I was a new EA and I was just almost less than 1 week into the role. I said, sir, what would you like me to do? He said, I want you to take a paper, take a sticky note on each of the memo, write what you think should happen based on what the person is requesting for. I said, oh my goodness. Okay, I'll do that, sir. He said, just take a sticky note. It doesn't me to. He said I should tell him if he should approve or not and why I think it should be approved. So that puts me into a thinking mode. And that's what many executives are now expecting of their assistants, where you're no longer someone who is just, passing documents, making sure that things are getting done. Your brain is also involved in that process. The minute I took the first sticky note to start writing what I think on each memo, my mindset changed. I started thinking more about the business. When people meet me outside and say, I want this to go, and when people saw that I had that experience, they will ask me first. They will call me and say, Manuela, we want to send a memo to the ED Finance. We want to ask him for approval for this. What do you think? And based on the experience I had writing on a sticky note for each of those memos, my boss will call me and say, I like what you wrote here, but this is not what I'm going to do. Let me tell you why I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do XYZ because of XYZ. Because of the current, it give me things that make sure that this is how it is. And if he chooses something or he writes another thing that is different from what I wrote, I always walk in and say, sir, could you please tell me why this is for my own learning? And he'll go ahead and explain to me. Now, you might not have a boss that will tell you to write on sticky notes, but in your mind, because this role is shifting to a thinking role, in your mind, begin to write on sticky notes in your mind. What do I mean? When you get memos today, when you get documents that require your executive's input, if your boss doesn't require you to write on sticky notes, write on a mental sticky note and put it in your head that, okay, if I was this person, this and this is, it challenges you. And that's one of the ways to learn about the business of your business. It challenges you and puts you into a different mindset from the basic just an assistant mindset. So you put it in your mind and say, okay, this is what I would have done. Such that when your boss gets that memo and he writes what he really wants, when you come out, you say, oh, this is different from what I would have done. If your boss is someone who doesn't have a red, personality, you can walk up to him or her and say, please, sir, please, ma, can you explain, this? Can you tell me about? And that's how you learn. Now, some people might not have that, that's what's it called now, because you have the experience. And so your boss will suddenly be wondering, where's that word coming from? But you can always learn from other people who have technical depth in that area. So I'm talking about when the memo is about finance, you could always talk to a finance person and say, do you know why this is like this? That's how you learn. So there's a shift from doing to thinking. There's a shift from tactics to strategy, where it's not just about, oh, this person they bought 5 cartons of this the last time. Why are they asking for approval to buy another 10? No, it's now about what's the strategic importance of this decision that is about to be made. There's a shift from clerical skills to digital skills. And there's a test I did one time for a course I was going to take on for executive support. The test was called the Technology Quotient Test. The way you have emotional, you have EQ, you have IQ, you have intelligence quotient, you have emotional quotient and all of those. This was TQ. They tested my technology quotient. That's because the role is moving from clerical to digital, where your digital skills will play they play so many roles in how successful you are in the role. There's a shift from silo to team. There was a time when you could work as an EA and you just be an IC, an individual contributor, and you'll be fine, as long as you're efficient. There's a shift to the team where you need to work as part of a team, where you need to collaborate, be a strong collaborator as part of a larger team. You might not report to that team, but you need to show that you have strong collaboration skills. There's also a shift from transactional to impactful, where the outcome of your work is not expected to be transactional in nature, but to actually impact the business. And then finally, I personally see a shift from general knowledge to industry knowledge. And I'm going to talk about this a bit. And this is taking you from where we are headed as an industry from my own lens, right? As you begin to learn more, I'm sure that you'll pick some more trends, right? But this is where I see it. This is how I see it from where I sit, right? There's a move from general knowledge to industry knowledge, where the EAs and TAs and PAs that are commanding the highest remuneration and respect now are those who have industry competence. I have someone who is hounding me he's asking me now, Emmanuel, are you interested in this role? We are recruiting for this important person. Do you want to come back to being an EA? He said, the salary is very juicy, do this. I said, no, I'm not interested because I know where I'm headed. He was trying to woo me. I said, can I get you someone else? He said, oh, they want someone who works in the banking industry. And that tells me, that reaffirms what I've always believed, that the higher you go, please prioritize deepening your knowledge in particular industries, specifically the ones that you have interest in. And I've reviewed a lot of JDs. I've reviewed a lot of applications. I always see that people who have EAs and PAs and TAs who have specific industry knowledge are beginning to command more money, more respect. They're beginning to command, the better part of the deal when it comes to executive support. Of course, being multilingual is one thing, but I'm talking about people who have specific industry knowledge. Today, if you have experience in, let's say, the food and beverage industry, or you have deep experience and you don't just have experience as an EA, you also have the business or the industry knowledge, you can command a higher earning than most people. Because there are certain levels of people that they will require you to assist, that those people cannot work with people who just know how to book meetings and handle trips and manage expenses. No, they want people who operate at a certain level, right? So there's a shift from general knowledge, where you just know you're just a generalist, to specific knowledge about an industry. Now, I'm not saying that you should then go a mile deep and forget to be a mile wide. My boss will always say something. He'll say, Emanuela, be a mile deep and a mile wide, which means go deep in a specific subject matter and also be vast such that they can always call upon you to talk about different things. Okay, and that's also my advice for EAs. Be a mile deep and a mile wide. But that depth, make sure you have it in a specific industry that's moving forward, a specific industry. That comes with strategic thinking. Find an industry that is moving forward and gain knowledge and insight in it, because I see a strong shift for people that want to command higher remuneration and respect, who are, very, very proficient in specific industry. Okay, and now let me even run a test before I go on to emerging trends. I see a number of us who work in the banking industry. Can someone tell me what the current MPR is? I said I was going to do that test. Can someone tell me what the current MPR is? Oh, Timei was telling me that it happened to him, where the boss also mentioned, great, I missed that chat. Tell me what the current MPR is. Don't check, don't Google. Valerie.
Can I attempt? Okay, sorry, Valerie was speaking.
Good morning. The MPR is the monthly performance review. Actually, is run by performance management in finance. But also me as TA of regional CEO of CEMAC in UBA, I'm running MPR every month for all CEMAC countries. During the session, we are reviewing every part of business and their performance on monthly basis based on the on budget and strategy we have, and also and define action point for the next quarter or for the next month.
Brilliant, Valerie. Well, Valerie spoke about MPR from his own lens. I was talking about another MPR, the one that CBN sets every now and then when they meet.
Yeah. So I think it's because Valerie CIMAC is not in Nigeria, so maybe that's why CIMAC is Central East Africa, and also maybe that's why. Okay, somebody already answered. I was guessing 22, but I think 22.45. I was about to say 22.
No, it's not 45 actually.
So I'm guessing 22.7 or something. Oh, okay.
Fantastic. Who said 22.75?
No, it's Mike.
Mike. Okay, Mike, can you give us a brief of what MPR is then? Tell us what it is about. What exactly does it mean in a nutshell? Please, if we have other industries here, please forgive me. I'm just running a test. Yeah.
Is basically determined by CBN whenever they have their MPC, their major policy committee meeting.
So what does it mean?
You know, basically is.
What does it mean? What is the implication?
It is used banks. That's the MPR rate that each CBN can lend to banks, and this rate is basically used to regulate inflation rates.
Okay, fantastic, Mike. Great. Mike knows what it is about. You know, it's the rates at which CBN lends the bank, and also the rates at which banks lend. You know, it's a base rate. Yes, and even amongst themselves, you know, there's interbank lending. UBA can lend from Sterling, can lend from UBA can. So when they want to lend to each other, they use that rate as a base rate, and they add the risk components to it. You know, plus it can never even be minus, right? So that's what it is about. So I just wanted to put us to test, just for you to see how important it is for us to keep up with all of this industry, because your role requires you to know these things. Your role requires you to be abreast of all of these changes. And that's just one test. There are many things that maybe based on the particular field you work in, you should know, right? And that's what I'm talking about when I say business of the business. You're not just, that's just a test I said I was going to run. So for other people, I see there's a legal company here. I saw Beckley Legal. Please bear with us. I saw that there were mostly bankers here, which is why I used, banking industry for a test. But it's just to show you there's a need for you to sharpen your industry knowledge. That's how you grow in the role. Okay, so let's go on to the emerging trends. Some of the emerging trends in our role is one, the wave of automation and advanced technologies. It's not leaving out assistance. And if I start the argument here, if you think that AI is going to replace assistance or not, I'm sure we'll have those who are saying that I'm here to convince you and not to confuse you. I'm here to move the motion. But I'm saying that it's not leaving out assistance. Let's do a quick test. Do you think that AI will replace assistance? Yes, no, maybe. Just either of those comments. Let me see comments. No. I've not been hearing from some people though. I've been hearing from Chinabia, Mike, Mr. Peter. Okay, Timothy as well. No. Okay, I've not seen a yes so far. I've not seen a maybe. No. Okay. I will choose someone who has not spoken before to tell us why. That doesn't mean you shouldn't comment. Go ahead and comment. Let's see. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, no, maybe. Very quickly. So we can maximize and do everything we're supposed to do today. Okay, Chima says no. AI cannot exhibit emotional intelligence, okay? Eniola says maybe. Okay, I'm going to choose two people to speak. Eniola and Godwin, please help us here. Timei says it can. So I'm going to choose three people now. Yes, no, maybe. Timei, Eniola, and Godwin. Timei, Eniola, and Godwin. So let's start with Eniola. Eniola, tell us why you think that AI... Eniola says maybe. why you think that AI may replace assistants. Talk to us, Eniola. Says maybe. And then Godwin will talk about why he thinks that AI will replace assistants who don't know how to use it. Okay. Eniola, are you able to unmute? Eniola, are you able to unmute? Okay, Godwin, can you talk to us about why you think, okay, Eniola, go ahead and type, please. Godwin, can you talk to us about why you think that AI is going to replace assistants who don't know how to use it?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay. Why I say that is because before I got into the banking industry, I worked as a freelancer. And I was working, I was doing research and I was using my head. But when I was introduced to AI, it made my work a lot faster and easier. Not like I depend on it totally, but then I combined it with what I know and I became more efficient. So for us as assistants, I think if you have an idea of how AI works and you apply them in your work, you tend to do that work more efficiently and more faster in a better way. But if you don't know how to still use traditional methods, you tend to be more behind and slow. So I believe AI is more like an added advantage if you know how to use it in your work.
Okay, so you think it's going to replace those who don't know how to use it, which is
so assistants that knows how to use AI will definitely have more chance or higher chance of retaining and remaining in their jobs more than assistants who don't know how to use AI.
I got thrown off, but Godwin, thank you. Timei, do you want to quickly talk to us before we proceed while I reshare my screen?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Timei.
Okay. Yeah, so I was coming from the perspective of AI being more than just typing. I would like to do a report on so and so, and then it gives you an idea. I feel like AI is more broad than that. And I was coming from the perspective of people or executive assistants just doing the barest minimum for their executives, and that is scheduling of calendars, monitoring of calendars. Now I feel like times have evolved more than that. So I work with the legal counsel in Sterling Bank. I am not a lawyer. At the beginning, I didn't know anything about law. I didn't really have that much exposure about law, but I have tried to help myself gain more insight on what we do there in the legal department. I am trying my best every day to fasten the pace of what I know, what I am doing, because I don't want to be redundant. If at the end of the day, I'm just doing the barest minimum for her, and she feels like, oh, what are you even really doing for me? I can have somebody do it for me. I can have AI send me a message in the morning and say, oh, you have these meetings lined up for the day. It's not, you don't have anything you're doing there anymore if you're just doing the barest minimum. That's where I'm coming from when I say AI can take over an executive assistant's role if the person is just doing the barest minimum. That's my point.
Fantastic. Great. And thank you for your responses. I like all the responses I've received. And I think that from the responses we received so far, even though we know that AI can't completely replace assistants generally, we can agree based on Godwin and Timei's response that the assistants that won't be replaced are those that move beyond the basics. That's what we're doing now. Those that move beyond the basics. If you're still doing the basics, like Timei has said, see, AI is more efficient than the basic assistant. I would tell you for a fact. This one without any what's it called? Any hard feelings. I'm an advocate for AAs, TAs, and PAs any day, anytime. But if you're just doing the basics, because an EA can forget something. You see, if you set something on any of these tools, they're very efficient. They don't even need, and they don't have feelings. The EA that was telling me, she had to set boundaries. She was not in the mood. AI doesn't have mood. They just go ahead and get the work done, right? So if you're just doing the basics like Timaine said, you will not be able to. I was reading a report a few days ago, a report from CARVE. CARVE is CARVE. It was just another tool I discovered, or another site I discovered. I always research every day, even though I'm no longer an EA. And so I saw that if you want to check out the website, is joincarve.com. I can put in the comment section. Is a tool that helps EAs and assistants generally to use AI. You should actually check it out. It's a tool that helps assistants to use AI. And there was a free report on that website. It was a report on how to use prompts, the top 50 prompts that assistants could use. And it was quite interesting because the person was writing how you could use it for meetings, you could use it for research, you could use it for presentations, and he was writing the exact things. Thank you. You're welcome, Chinabia. So she was writing the exact, and it's by, I found that person through the Leader Assistant podcast, the lady who has it. Her name is Fiona Young, and it just goes to show how the role is advancing. She was writing about the use of AI for assistants in particular. So you should definitely check it out and maybe download that free report. These prompts that you can use to develop, presentations, write reports, do this and that. That's the world that we're entering now, where AI will not replace you if you're going beyond the basics, but it will help you do the job better. In my marketing role today, I use AI, but I don't depend on it. I use it. You can even create content calendar using AI, right? And there are four, maybe you're also wondering, what are the basic AI tools I can start to use? Many of us are familiar with, talk to me, let me know which of the AI tools are you familiar with, because this is also going to be a very interactive class. I'm opening the comment section now just to see. Tell me, I want to hear what AI tools you're familiar with. Godwin says ChatGPT, of course, ChatGPT. Of course, ChatGPT, okay? Any other one? ChatGPT, Grammarly, Gemini, fantastic. You can already pick, please everybody look at the chat section so that you could also pick other AI tools that you could try out. Start using it now. Don't be a novice to this world. So people have used Gemini, ChatGPT, Grammarly, okay? Gamma, okay? I think that there is one I noted down. Let me just check. There is one new one I just discovered. Okay, I don't know if Okenemaro was the one using Read.ai when she joined the meeting. Somebody used Read.ai yesterday, and it's used to capture meeting notes. Read.ai is used to capture meeting notes, and I've seen a number of people use it, even though we don't use it in my organization. But there's one I found out yesterday as well. It's just like Gemini. It's called Claude, as well as, of course, Copilot. There's Copilot, which works like this. And Copilot is mostly used by marketing and some other fields specifically. So you could just check all of these out. But familiar with these tools, it's time to get familiar with them, because the wave of automation and advanced technologies are not leaving EAs out. So don't get comfortable. It's best you know how to use it. That's why Godwin said, if you know how to use it, you've left so many people behind. Just know how to use it. Know how to. In fact, there are courses now. There are courses now on prompt intelligence. I saw a course like that and I was amazed. Prompt intelligence that teaches people how to become intelligent with giving prompts to AI tools, because there's a level of intelligence that comes with it. What you give into AI tools is what you get out. So it's like Giggle, garbage in, garbage out. But if you learn how to prompt them accordingly, you will get better results from them. In fact, it's from that CARVE website I learned that you can tip Gemini and ChatGPT to give you a better result. That you can tell them at the end of it, I will tip you $800 if you give me a better result, and it will give you a better result. It blew my mind, it blew my mind, but it's just for you to keep on improving and keep on getting better at these things. Okay, I was like, oh, so you could actually say that. Oh, Ejiro says ChatGPT is a PA. Welcome. Many of us, Gemini, they are official PA to the EA, right? So you need to get familiar with them. And the next trend that is emerging is strategic decision making. Assistants are now being increasingly involved in strategic decision making. They're no longer sitting back and just determining, what is a good time on the calendar and all of that. They're getting involved in the strategic decisions that need to be made. Oh, it looks like our revenue is not going to meet up. It looks like I think I know that his name has Nana. Valerie was responding the other time when he was telling us about NPR. I liked the perspective he came with because that's the NPR that he's familiar with. But I like that he also mentioned that he coordinates NPR. That is some business intelligence going on there. For you to coordinate NPRs, you need to be intelligent about the business. And that just shows you that Valerie has gone beyond, scheduling meetings and all of that to actually getting involved in the business for him to be able to get involved in coordinating NPRs. The next thing I see is gig economy. Gig economy is an emerging trend that is affecting our role or will affect our role. Many of us work with senior executive assistants in the banking industry, so we might not be looking at this a lot. When you move away from corporate industries like banking, you see that senior executives are now favoring freelancers. And you see that Godwin even mentioned that he used to be a freelancer. They're now favoring virtual assistants who are at the top of their game because they are more hands-on with productivity tools that help them deliver more work. So the gig economy is definitely going to affect our role. And this encompasses remote work, hybrid work, and the freelance economy. Everything about remote, hybrid. Do you even know how to work remotely? When we were filling in the pre-workshop assessment, many of us said we like to give feedback face-to-face. What about when you are now asked to work remotely or you have a hybrid work arrangement? What happens? Is your communication then as effective as it used to be when you go into the office? These are the scenarios we need to prepare for because of the emerging trends we see. Finally, again and again, we come back to business acumen. Senior executives are now expecting their assistants to have an impact on the business. So you must have business acumen. And let me give you a hack for business acumen. You might not know everything about the business today, but when you start reading industry papers for the banking industry professionals, CBN releases the news, and you not only read it, you query everything in it. What is NPR? What is this? What is that? How does it affect my own business and my executive's business? You stay on top industry trends, you stay on top company trends, company-specific information. How are we being affected as regards to revenue and all of those things? It builds your business acumen. You engage teams, technical teams, the finance team, the finance department, the human resources department, the audit department. Those departments give you a lot of insight into the workings of the business. When they bring something to you, you query it, you ask them questions, they tell you. The performance management department, those are departments that carry a lot of insight onto what is happening in the business, and you need to get familiar with them. Also checking my time to be sure that we're on course. Okay, so you need to build your business acumen by engaging all of these very well, because business acumen is required for the world of executive support that we're entering now. So you need to build it. Another hack, apart from engaging all of these people, is that go and look for JDs from the top companies you aspire to work in. That was something that really helped me up my game. Go and look for JDs from companies that you aspire to work with. It might not be local companies, it might be international companies. Look for JDs for their chief of staff, for example. In Nigeria, if you're looking for a company to benchmark, look for Flutterwave's chief of staff job description. You will be amazed. It's not saying calendar something alone. You will see there's one I have that was so detailed I had to save it on my laptop. The things that the person will do, amazing. Go and look for the companies that you aspire to work with. Look at their JDs, and it will challenge you to step up. The likes of Google, of Microsoft, because Google in particular and Microsoft, they have a thorough, structured administrative department, I'll call it now. And that's where you will see SVP of admin, this of admin. So they have a very thorough structure for their administrative functions. Go and look for their JDs, read it, and it's going to challenge you. It's going to challenge you to up your business acumen. It's also going to give you some pointers into what more you could do to go beyond the basics. So those are the hacks I have, and then I will proceed with my slides as we go on. So what exactly is the impact of executive support on the business? Because many people have said, okay, you've challenged, you said we should go beyond the basics. We've seen the emerging trends. We've seen where we are headed. How do I measure my contribution as an executive support professional on the business? How is it that I can compare with my technology counterpart, my technology colleague counterpart, my HR colleague counterpart, my finance colleague counterpart, who are saying that 1, 2, 3, 4 are the highest achievements I have in this year? How can you put your own impact into clear words that show that you deserve to be respected and you deserve to be paid a higher remuneration? Okay, that's what we're going to talk about in this segment. And so I listed some major areas for you to measure impact. Some of them include executive productivity. You know, there are areas where you can measure impact by looking at your executives' productivity. Are they having reduced meeting times? Are they having more time spent on strategic initiatives? And some of this feedback can come in a qualitative manner. You cannot, I only see companies abroad make sure that they measure it, where they say 20% reduction in meeting time. I don't know that we have all the tools to measure it here. Your boss will just be like, what a joke. How do you want to measure? But one way, if you want to get the exact percentage for this, I'd say that you should do a calendar audit. You can do a calendar audit to know how much time you've saved for your executive in terms of meeting time and in terms of getting them to focus more on strategic initiatives. There's a technique to calendar audits where you can look at their calendar before you started implementing your strategies and then look at it after you started implementing your strategies. You will see the time, especially if your executive uses calendar a lot, where everything they do is on the calendar. You will see the shift from what goes on in their calendar to the shift after you've started implementing some of these strategies. And the goal is to ensure that your boss, your executive, has more time to focus on what is strategic. They're not bothering themselves with things that are not really moving the needle for them. You know, so you could do a calendar audit to measure how much you have impacted them in this area. Another area to measure and contribute is efficiency and operations. And here, I'm talking about, oh, sorry, you come back up again. So efficiency and operations, I'm talking about workflow management. Workflow management. How are you able to manage the workflow for your executive? How many new processes have you created? And I'm telling you specifically how you can measure your impact or how you can begin to contribute more. How many new processes, when you have looked at the way your boss works, what are the processes that need to change for them to deliver better results? Not just in your department, but in other departments that are crucial to the outcome of the work your boss does. What are the processes that need to change and how can you contribute towards changing those processes, even if it means that you only recommend a better process? So you do a process audit and you say, here is how I've captured this process. Here is my recommendation as to how we can make it better so that we can deliver better XYZ outcome. Another way is to measure the project completion rate. If you are someone who keeps track of all the projects that are, you know, in view or they are being monitored, very few assistants, or let me say some assistants, not every assistant has project management knowledge. And if you're looking for a way to step up, please acquire project management knowledge, because your project completion rate is also another way to contribute, where you are monitoring, okay, how many projects have we completed versus how many we completed last year? You're able to track and follow up on projects. Another way is cost savings. You can save cost. You can also contribute to revenue, but that's not your direct responsibility. There's a place for us in Sterling where they measure, even as EAs, everybody has it in their appraisal. They measure how much you have brought in. But for assistants, it's not really important. But most times, I task myself to make sure that I have something great to report there. What do? I make sure that all the accounts I have been responsible for bringing into the company, I take note of them. and I write to them at the end of the day, this is what I did. Because I'm a campaigner for Sterling Anywhere. So many times when I talk about it and people then say, okay, I want to open an account, I keep track of those accounts. And I mention the businesses I have also connected when it comes to appraisal. This is the way you can contribute to revenue, although it's not a priority. I don't think it's a priority for EAs, because when you're bogged down with that, you have almost become a salesperson. Okay. Another area is in communication and collaboration. What is the Net Promoter Score for your department as well as for your executive? Is it increasing? Employee satisfaction score, especially for people who support MDs, is it increasing? Then we talk about ad hoc tasks, where we mention, what are those special tasks that you have been able to take on? One of my proudest moments in the past few years of being an EA was being a consultant to HR. I don't say that a lot, but because I'm talking to people who understand and get it, I also wanted to mention that's one of my proudest contributions during my time as an EA. I was invited to be a consultant for, as part of the consultants to HR when we were moving to remote work during the COVID-19 time. And so I accepted, I did consultancy work. I went to do research. I prepared my reports. I shared my recommendations on how we can make the move. And, everywhere I go to, when I want to think about my achievements, I'm like, this is something I could point at and say, yes, I delivered results in this area and I could see the impact. So there are tasks that are not really connected to what you do every day, but the more you take on those special projects, and please don't take so much on that you cannot be efficient, because remember, at the basic level, you have been hired to make life and work easier for your executive. So ad hoc tasks are good, but please don't take them on at the detriment of, efficiency in your core role and function. So ad hoc tasks talk about the social media and special projects that you might be taking on for your boss. It's also an opportunity for you to report them during appraisal or when it comes to measuring your impact. From there, we then move on to tools and strategies as we near the end of the presentation. Tools and strategies for the modern assistant. For email and calendar management, of course, you might wonder why I'm putting Outlook and Gmail, because they're very obvious. Somebody will say, those are obvious now. I use Outlook, I use Gmail. But the reason why I listed them is, if you want to get better at email and calendar management, please take it a step further and check out functions on Outlook that you could use to do specific things. There are many shortcuts on Outlook. In fact, Outlook today has scheduling, where you can schedule an email to go at a specific time. Right? And that's why I listed them, because many times we're not using up to 30%. If you attend an Outlook training for assistants, there's an Outlook training by Red Cape Co. Very amazing training. Very amazing lady handles the training. Her name is Vicky Sokol Evans. She's been a Microsoft MVP for more than 30 years, and she handles it specifically for assistants. If she shows you tips and tricks on Outlook, you'll be blown away. But I'm not just saying amass those skills just so you can show off. Use them to be productive and use your time better. There are hacks on Outlook that you could use to do a lot of things. There are hacks on Outlook that you could use to categorize emails and be able to put, for example, when I was assisting my boss, there is something that we agreed on. We would put emails into categories. Urgent will go into a folder under inbox. I had, I think, about 3 folders: urgent, FYI, and action. Right? There was FYI, where he doesn't really need to bother at your spare time. Please just look at it because they're FYI. Action for his action, because I needed his response to them. Then urgent for things that absolutely needs attention right away. So we had to do that. All of these things are things you could do with better knowledge of Outlook. The same applies to Gmail, right? There are things you can do on Gmail that goes beyond having the basic knowledge of Gmail. So explore them further. Grammarly helps you to write better. People who they type so fast or they work so quickly that they are prone to error, you could use Grammarly. You could also use Calendly for calendar management. There is nothing that says that you can't create a Calendly for your boss. And instead of always going back and forth with time options, You can just put a Calendly link and say, you know what, just choose a good time on this calendar. Although for many executives, because of their multifaceted roles, you need to still come back and take a look at them, because after someone might have scheduled, something can just change based on the nature of our executives' work. When we go on to task and project management, my go-to is your phone to-do app. If it's not broken, don't fix it. That's my mantra. So I always say, what you need to succeed is not necessarily tools if you can't use the tools well. Okay, so use tools that are accessible, use tools that integrate into your life. That's one of my hacks when it comes to getting tools. There was a time my boss and I were trying to get fancy tools for our collaboration. We tried all kinds of tools. After 2 weeks, we will leave the tools. My boss will leave it. And after he leaves it, I will leave it, because those tools were not integrated into his life. They are an external tool that he doesn't even really, he's not really familiar with. So even though we wanted to be tech savvy and ahead of the curve, we just found that after some weeks, we would drop them off. But imagine that you're using a phone to do app. It's already integrated into your life. And so you could easily pull your Samsung Notes, for example, and type something. You could pull an app, a to-do app on your phone, and set a reminder. So don't go for fancy and advanced when it comes to tools. Go for what is working and integrated into your life pattern. Okay, there is Asana. I like Asana because it's easy to use. There's Trello, there's Monday.com. Monday.com is particularly for project management. For us who manage complex projects, we could also check that out. Then for information management, I listed Google Trends. For Google Trends, you're able to check trends on your boss. I don't know how many of us have used Google Trends at all. You can set a trend notification on your boss. You could set a trend notification on your company, such that anytime your boss is in the news, Google will do a roundup of
Sorry, is it Google Alerts?
Yes.
Like, I have Google Alerts, okay.
It's Google Alerts. So yes, Google Alerts, yes. So you could set an alert notification actually, right, on your boss and say, okay, not Google Trends, sorry, my marketing world coming into place. Thank you, Chinabia. It's actually Google Alerts, right? You could set an alert notification on your boss and on your company to say, okay, anytime this company is in the news, anytime this person is in the news, just alert me and I will read. It helps a lot. Even marketing professionals use it for managing reputation. That's how they're able to pick something about their company before anybody sees it, right? So you could set, another thing you could use Google Alerts for is to gain industry knowledge. You could set an alert on a specific, maybe a keyword, or maybe finance industry, or if you're interested in CBN, people also use it to move into a new company or industry. Set an alert on this company or on this, whenever they're in the news, just notify me. So you could use Google Alerts for information gathering and management. There's also Evernote. I really like Evernote because I'm a writer. I write a lot, so I use it to collate everything going on. If I have an idea or I read something on the website, maybe that's also what Pocket is for. Maybe you're someone who reads a lot and you like to get templates and ideas from something. I simply snip the template and I save it on Evernote or Pocket. So you could use it for that. Notion is great, but if you're not technical, please don't try Notion. It can be confusing at the beginning until you get a hang of it. Okay. So for executive briefing, I always defer to a custom tool. And what I mean by custom tool is, please stick with what works for your boss. There's a specific app I'm trying to remember that's for executive assistants in particular, assistants to brief their boss. It was developed by 2 experienced assistants, and I've been trying to remember it. Very great app. But the first day my boss and I tried it, after a while we left it because again, it's not integrated into our life and our work. Okay, so that's why I always say go for a custom tool, a tool that is integrated. My boss prefers WhatsApp to all those complicated tools. So on Sunday morning or Saturday evening, I do a roundup. I have a template I use on WhatsApp. Do a roundup of, the key things, what we should expect next week, what I need his response on. I have a template I use for him on WhatsApp, and it's so easy for everybody. WhatsApp is not an AI, is not a groundbreaking tool, but it does the work for us. That's why I always defer to custom tool. Always defer to something that does the work for you and your executive. Don't emphasize sophistication over practicality. when it comes to selecting tools, okay? So executive briefing, you could also use Loom. I don't know how many of us use Loom. If your boss is someone that likes explanation a lot, like they want to get all the tiny details, especially so someone who is a blue personality, they want to get all the tiny details. You could do a Loom where you record your screen and yourself. Just do a video you can send to him. It can be a 2 minute video, anything like that. Just send to him. He could watch on it. So you don't need to call him and say, hey, let me explain to you. Just send the Loom link to him. He would do and check it out and look at everything. So you could use Loom for executive briefing. Prezi is more like a presentation site where you see templates and all of that to prepare nice presentations. You could use that for executive briefing. Now you see the difference in the type of executive you have. If your executive works more with video and calls, Loom would be great. But if he works more with, text, analytics, designs, and all of that, more visual in nature, then Prezi will be good for you. But don't dwell on the names. Dwell on the practicality of those tools. As long as you clearly define what you're trying to do, there's a tool that will help you do what you're trying to do. Okay, and when it comes to other other tools that we could use, I don't use 1Password, but I've seen many assistants swear by it, but I don't use 1Password. So let me just give that disclaimer. I don't use LastPass and I don't use 1Password. People who the executive require the help to know their password, they use 1Password a lot. 1Password is secure, but I don't have 100% trust on all these things. So that's why I don't use it at all. But I hear that 1Password and LastPass is secure. You can save all the passwords if your boss gives you passwords to save so that they don't forget. You can save them there. Doodle is for getting time slots. Maybe you want to send a survey to people. There's a board meeting happening and you want to send participants 2 time slots or 3 time slots for them to choose one out of it. Just send them a doodle and include all the slots. And what they just need to do is to click on their preferred one. You receive the results afterwards. Fireflies.ai does what Read.ai does for meeting notes and summarizing what is being discussed in a meeting. I see Adewale says that his boss prefers WhatsApp. Mike, you don't need to download Google Alerts. You just need to Google it, Google Alerts, and set up an alert. You receive the alerts in your email. It's not like you need to download it, right? So just do Google Alerts, Google it, and set the alert notifications you want. It will send you all of those alerts via your email, the email specified. Fantastic. Oh, Precious, I see your email. Okay. I see your message. That's fine. All right, Godwin, I'll get to your question during question and answer. Okay, so this is the final part of this presentation before I then yield the floor back to Chidima, and then we round up. Strategies for the modern assistant. And here I listed some strategies in the area of information management. I also noted for time optimization. For information management, of course, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Eisenhower matrix, where you categorize tasks into urgent and important, urgent but not important. It's a basic matrix that people use. But essentially what it's trying to help you do is for you to know, because I see a lot of EAs struggle with what to prioritize by time. For you to do that, you need to categorize the information and the tasks you have into this prioritization framework. That's one strategy that you could use. Information filtering is also something that will help you. I could go on and on about all the strategies listed here, but if there is anyone that stands out to you and you want me to spend more time on it, I'll take it and then I will double click on it and share more insight into how it works. Okay. Finally, for effective communication strategies, of course, this has been dealt with by Mr. Onikosi yesterday a lot. Active listening, anticipatory communication. And let me take time on anticipatory communication. It's powerful. It's just like the proactive communication we spoke about yesterday. You need to think ahead. You need to build scenarios ahead of your executives. Your executive is going to a meeting, they're traveling, they're doing something, whatever it is, build scenarios. Already anticipate what will be required. And it happens in the mind first. You're already traveling before your boss boards the plane. He's going to Tunisia, for example. You're already thinking, okay, he'll get on the plane, he'll come down, he'll need a taxi will pick him up. If they don't speak English there, you need to know about what to do in terms of translation. He gets to a hotel, he needs a pickup to the hotel. When he gets to the hotel, these are the activities. He needs to know his schedule for the training he's going for. You already think ahead. It helps you to be prepared. It helps you to tap into the power of effective communication. Right? Tailored communication as well is something powerful. Your boss might prefer WhatsApp, but not all communication should be passed through WhatsApp. He might prefer one-on-one, face-to-face communication, but not all information require that. There are some information by their nature, they shouldn't be passed via email. Right? All of these things are strategies that we can put in place, and we need to understand it because of the demands, the new demands of the work. Conflict resolution as well. When it comes to leveraging technology, project management is important, communication is important, information management is important, and of course, productivity. I think that this is where we end it, but of course, I've seen Chidima's message. So at the right time, we're done, we're good now. So I'm going to yield the floor back to you, Chidima, to take us through question and answers, if there are any, and then we will round up.
Thank you so much for this insightful session, Mrs. Tijani. Thank you so much. We've learned a lot. I'm sure we have. So it's time for question and answers. Please, participants, you can indicate by raising up your hand if you have questions. I mean, we've learned a lot now this morning in about an hour, 30 minutes. Yes, we've talked about tools for modern assistance. We've talked about areas to measure impact. We've talked about AI and how AI can replace assistance. We talked about a lot of other things. So please, it's time for questions and answers. Please, let's start, showing our questions. You can also type it in the chat room if that's better for you. And you can also raise up your hand again, unmute yourself. Mike has a question. His hand is raised. Okay, Mike, you have the floor.
Okay, Chidima, it's actually not a question, but it's a contribution on that perception management. And that is very critical for us. How you start, they expected to continue like that. And many things you do beside how you started, you're seen as you're dropping the ball. All right. I had a practical experience with one of my bosses. Well, I started with my boss. Most time, you work till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. because of the nature of work, just trying to close up, trying to meet a lot of things, and you're working with a lot of people. At the time, I noticed that there was no work-life balance. And that is one thing with TAs, EAs, PAs. We always try to, we unintentionally neglect that work-life balance. Everything about it is work. And I can see Peter. I think Peter is in the office. Peter Globus back. Work-life balance is very important for us. It's very important. We see ourselves working almost every time. And it affects us on the long run. So I think we should try as much as possible to manage that perception we have with our bosses, especially from the beginning of time. Let us just try. Don't start what you cannot finish. Don't start what you cannot finish. It's not as if you're not efficient in your job, but just try and have these boundary. If it's 7 p.m., 7 p.m. is enough. Stop working that period and focus on your family. You understand? Because I know most of us have families, we have children, we have wives. If you leave this job, you'll just be doing it for money tonight. It doesn't finish. There's a lot of things to do. And we need to try and strike that work-life balance. I think that's one thing I want to point out for us.
Okay, Mike, thank you. I already see some people say, the sample spaces are like, I wish 7 p.m. I wish 7 p.m. But it's important to create a balance. I am also an advocate of knowing what is important to you per time. There are people who the nature of their life, and I talk about it when I talk about how your work and life integrate. The people who by nature of their life now, they can still afford to work, and it gives them the upper hand. Like it gives them that what they want, which is advancement, right? But you have said something. Nobody, whether you belong to this bucket or not, nobody should neglect their health and the things that are important to them. Right, so you should also create that balance. However, when it comes to perception management, when we spoke about how you started versus how you're continuing, if you are someone that has already been working late, you need confident communication with your executive. Crucial conversations like that must be had before you make any switch. You don't want to be perceived as dropping the ball, like you said. You've been up, you've been always available, responding to messages even during the weekend. Suddenly you want to create work-life balance. If you don't have that crucial conversation in a way and communicate it in a way that your boss will understand. What do I mean? If your boss is someone that is a red personality, you don't want to come across as, you don't want to start saying, actually, you just clearly say, these are the points and this is why I'm doing this, right? So it to be understood by both parties. Don't pull the plug suddenly because you suddenly want to have work-life balance, right? Because you've built a precedence and you don't want to seem like you're falling short of that. But thank you, it's so important, very important, because we need our entire selves to be alive and well for you to do this job well. If you are going deeper into this job, you see that there is an aspect of it. In fact, there is a separate course that should be had on energy management. I think that most people are not suffering from time management. They're suffering from energy management, right? But that's another subject entirely. Thank you so much, Mike. Godwin, your hand is up.
Yeah. Okay, so I typed the first question I wanted to ask, and which is for me, as someone who studied economics, going to the banking sector is like going to another field entirely. So most of the times I get lost when they're in meetings, trying to discuss a lot of things relating to the business, using the business terminologies that is related to the banking sector. I try to read memos and I get lost. I do attend a lot of meetings, like I've put effort to understand, but then it's not bearing fruit. I have met some people to teach me and explain, but they don't have the luxury of time. So I don't know if you can help with a platform or an information where I can go and get more information to understand this industry, which is the banking sector. That's my first question. I do have a couple more. I don't know how you want to do it. Do you want to answer it one after the other, or I should ask all of them?
How many do you have? Just so that
I think I have like 3 or two more.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, that's the first. And the second is that so how do I help my boss to focus more on strategic and important issues? Because my boss is someone that a lot of people go to his office to see him, and it takes his time, So he has long hours of discussion with these people, and then while they are work piling up on his desk. So I have observed that, and I know it's going to affect him. So I've been anticipating how to help him do that, but honestly, I can't, because I believe these discussions are vital or relevant. So I don't know how I'm supposed to handle that. And then lastly, the last question is you made mention of measuring impact. Okay. And, before you measure impact, you must have done something. All right. Then you can now sit back to measure and see the performance of what you have done. So my area of focus is about workflow management. So how do you go about these things? How do you, control the workflow that comes to your boss, and then before you can be able to measure them? Don't know if you understand my questions.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, so I see that 2 and 3 are a bit related, but I'll start with 1. Now, you mentioned where do you go to learn about the business, understand the business more. I mentioned a few while I was speaking. You could always Google Alerts is not even the first thing if you don't understand the basic principles for the industry yet. So I'd say that you're in the right direction, but there might be something that is missing in what you're already doing. You mentioned that you attend meetings. Meetings are a powerful place to learn more about an industry, especially high-level meetings, meetings with senior executives. You also mentioned that you've been reading memos. What I would ask that you do is take it a step further and query the things that you see and hear. I'm not talking only about asking someone. Query further. If you attend a meeting today, all the terminologies that you heard that you don't understand, ask about it. Either you're asking someone or you're reading up. I mean, there are many resources today that you don't even need to wait for. And the people that you said you're asking and they don't have time, you just might not have found. I don't know how it works in your company, but in my company, they pair you with someone if you want, someone that can mentor you and provide you with knowledge in certain areas. For you, I think that what you need is you need someone who is very well versed in the business. And please, when you're looking out for someone, don't look for someone that is senior. It doesn't have to be, they're junior professionals or even mid-level professionals that are so good in this business and industry. They are so good and they have time. If you're looking towards senior professionals, they might not have the time. But look out for these people that have experience. They've been in the industry for a while and they have the knowledge. They're the right people to mentor you. And then take it a step further. Everything you see or hear, what you read, what you see, what you hear that you don't understand, query it further. Google it, search up on it, talk to someone about it. I'm sure it will make a world of difference. And it might be that you started and it's not yielding. It might not happen in the first day. You even studied economics. There are people who studied botany and they've made a success out of. Like I've seen them, they speak banking, if I tell people now to share with us what they studied, you'll be shocked. Economics is still related to finance, right? But you just need that dedication and you need to query things. You need to ask, don't neglect any word that you don't understand. Just double click on it and say, I want to understand what this thing is. And then there is finally, I'll say that there is something called first principles. They are the first principles of banking industry, which is, of course, we're in the banking industry as intermediators. You need to understand what the first principles of the banking industry are, and then take courses that will help you. When you try to take courses, I know that you see a lot of foreign courses that do not fit into our context. And I don't want to plug one of our products here so that it doesn't look like I'm selling. If I have the permission of, I had Chidima's permission, I would share one of the courses we have in Sterling that was actually developed for staff and was open to people to take. It's on banking, gaining banking knowledge. It's very powerful and it doesn't even come at a very high cost. And for us as well, they developed a dictionary for us. In Sterling, we have a banking dictionary that was developed by our knowledge management. And so they shared that dictionary among, and you can read that dictionary and get familiar with words. But if you don't have all of this in your industry, create them for yourselves. Create them for yourself by talking to people and by querying what you see and hear. I don't know if that answers your question, Katri.
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you very much.
The next one is about how to get your boss to focus on the right, on the strategic important task. I went back to this slide because time blocking will help you a lot. Time blocking will help you a lot. If you have built that level of trust with your boss, where they trust you to handle their calendar the way you want and the way you deem fit, you can block off time for them to do specific things. I do that a lot. I know, I figured out when my boss is most productive. I told you yesterday that I learned that in the morning hours between, early morning and 11, my boss likes to do focus work. He doesn't want any meeting that is not going to move the needle in revenue, except maybe that meeting is so critical that if he doesn't take it, something is going to happen to the bank. So most times I don't schedule BAU meetings for him early in the morning up to 10. Any BAU meeting has to come from 10 upwards, right? So that's when I then I block out time for him to focus on some things. It also helps when you increase your knowledge of the business because you're able to spot critical things that should be done that haven't been done. That way you can block out time, not just for focus work, but for that specific thing. Let's say recruitment is a big issue in your place of work. And if your boss doesn't pay attention to the recruitment of certain roles, and he doesn't pay attention to reviewing some CVs that was sent by HR, something is going to happen because you guys really need talent for the kind of direction you're headed. You block out time for reviewing CVs. Print them out if he likes hard copy. Send him the soft copy and say, for this time, I blocked your calendar for CV reviews. I have attached them to this email for your kind review. You know, HR would like your feedback on XYZ. I am also proposing that you meet with the candidates on XYZ date at. Many of them, they want to do the right things, but someone needs to organize that work for them to make sense out of it, which is where workflow management, your third question, comes into play. You're able to know what is crucial per time because of your knowledge of the business and what is important. And you're able to tie in how A ties into B, ties into C, ties into D, and make a sense of all the chaos around them for them. They want to do the right things, but it's just someone to make it make sense and put it into something they can follow. So time blocking is really going to help. Time blocking is going to help. If you're someone that works, you don't work remotely, you work in the office. I mean, that's where yesterday's class comes into play. Trust. Build trust and see wonders happen. I can walk into my boss's office when I used to work with him, leave a note, and people are already standing up. They know what it means. It means that there's another thing that we need to do now. And it's crucial for what we want to do, what we want to achieve today. For staff, they already know the signal. They don't even waste time. They just say, oh, sir, thank you. Well, now it means it's time. Without saying it's time, I'm trying to tell you that it's time. And my boss trusts me to give him that kind of signal. Oh, we need to do this. He will just take it. I'm like, guys. Manila is just giving me a warning note. If I don't get to it, will not be productive today. So that trust, when you have built it, you can manage that workflow and show specifically how the items on your boss's calendar have changed from when you started implementing these strategies. Okay, so it has a lot to do with trust and understanding what is crucial per time for what you and your executive are trying to achieve. It also comes to communication. I said yesterday, please do a lot of one-to-ones. Do a lot of one-to-ones where you're asking your boss, what should we focus on this week? What is the key thing we want to achieve this week? So you can keep them accountable and keep yourself accountable as well. Okay? Godwin, are we good so that we could take more questions?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Valerie, you can go ahead. Your hand is up. I think that we're about to.
Sorry, it's just so to say that if you need some advice or some course in banking industry, I can help him because I have more than 6 years experience in finance, GL, and tax, and also dealing with performance management. I can give some support in terms of banking industry, knowledge of finance, credit, treasury, retail, and even SME and SME, even corporate, because during my experience in finance department where I was team lead finance and also performance management and GL finance reporting, I was dealing with all that department. I can give him some support in case of need. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Fantastic.
That's
Great.
fine.
I love
Thank you
it.
so much.
I love it.
Yes. So also we have questions in the chat room. I want to read that to you, Mrs. Tijani, that's fine. So Adewale Community Bank says, what of the situation where one feels he should be allowed to move to other functions, but one's executive won't allow one to go? I think you have like three questions. Can I go ahead and read the other two?
Yes, please, just so that we can be faster. I think we're almost out of time for break. We're even eating into break time.
Okay. So Silver Jennifer from EcoBank says, please, I have issues with people management. Is there a way to working around this?
Okay.
Jiro says, my boss is the new acting CEO. How can I facilitate his transition process into the new? If you can, please, can you respond to those three
yes,
questions?
let me respond. Yes. So Adewale's question on what if you're trying to move to other functions and your executive will not allow you to go. I would need context for that, but because I know that would take us more time, I'll just give general responses. Because is it a case of you trying to move from being an EA to another role? Or is it a case of you trying to do more within the EA role? right? I suspect it's maybe the latter, where you're trying to do a lot more than just the normal things that are required of you, but your boss won't allow you. Or is it that you want to leave him entirely and just go to another role in particular, you know? So if it's either of the two, what I'll say to you is, no boss will, you know, against all reason, keep someone within a specific area of job function. I'll say start small, because many times when we want to make such transitions, we want to jump. We want to go from this to suddenly managing, because some people even say, oh, I want to start managing my boss's email. I want to start doing this and that. You can't do the switch in a day. You need to start small. Start showing that you have competency in that area. Start showing that you have interest in that area, right? I mean, Obong did start by saying, I want to be the CEO of Health, and say, yes, just go ahead and do it. You need to start showing competency and interest in those areas, which means that when there's any opportunity for you to make an input in things that are around that area, you will show that you can do it. So that when it's time to move, if it's a role you're moving into entirely, you need to show interest. The small tasks that are related to that role, how have you done it in your current role? Before I was given the opportunity to go and lead SME marketing from being an EA, I had to start showing that I was interested in marketing. I would give feedback on marketing questions, marketing challenges. And so when it was time, my boss knew that, yes, she's shown that she could do this. You know, it's an entirely different case when it's someone that against all reason doesn't just want you to move. In that way, the opportunity will come. Just keep building yourself. That's what I would say for that. If there's any specific context you also want to provide for me to give you a better answer, I would also like that, just because of our time. Jennifer says she has an issue with people management. Jennifer, what aspect of people management? Because I know that when it comes to managing people entirely, there are basic rules, there are basic things that apply. Everybody has an interest. You just need to understand what each person's interest is. And this is not the class to talk about it, but I have an entire concept around what I call MBL. In fact, I'm going to be speaking at Disrupt HR about it in April, where I talk about management by love, you know, but I don't want to delve into it now. When it comes to people management, I'll say sharpen your skill. Nobody came into this world with people management skills. It can be learned, it can be built upon. My short silver bullet answer to you, pun intended, because coincidentally your name is also Silver, is for you to get books. Before I became a manager for the first time, as an EA, you manage people, you manage resources. But when I was moved into my role, I was managing, like I had many people reporting to me. There was one book, The Making of a Manager. Is it The Making of a Manager? Yes, that's the name of the book. Fantastic, brilliant, amazing book. Great, great book. If you can get a hold of that book, and also a lot of other resources, it will not happen in a day. But I like that you are intentionally recognizing that it's something you have issue with and you're about to change it. There's no one sentence I can give you here that will change everything and just make you become great when you resume on Monday with people management. But I'll say, discover what aspect of it gives you the most challenge, and then find a resource that will help you. Then find someone to model to that is great with people management, and figure that out. But at the heart of it, please understand that everyone they have their interests. Everybody has an interest. When it comes to, they're difficult people, if you'd like to think about it that way, but everyone has an interest. And that's the key to managing people most times. And of course,
sorry, can I make a comment here?
Yes, please, Mr. Peter.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Mr. Peter, we can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to make, thank you very much, Emanuela. You came very strong again today, and we appreciate you. Just a quick one to respond to what she just said about people management. One thing I can say categorically is that, first of all, it has to be intentional. Realizing that, oh, you are not too good in this, you want to improve. So you have to be intentional about it. And also, once you become intentional, you start looking for what to do. And that's knowledge. Because somehow knowledge moves to direction of need. So if you are not interested in anything, you don't get to know it. So my advice is that if he's reading materials on how to manage people, there are a lot of them online. Then one thing, like you said, it won't happen all of a sudden because growth is an unconscious reality. As long as you are doing what you're supposed to do, you just realize that, oh, I've become a better manager of persons, you know. So my answer is, now that you have seen as a need, you've seen that you are defective in this aspect, start going to sites or just Google, just search, how do I manage people? How do I manage people? I don't have a soft copy of it. I had a challenge like this earlier, some time ago. There's this Harvard Journal, Harvard Business School. There's a journal they have, managing the boss. I still have the hard copy, but I don't have the soft copy anymore. I saw that article. I read it. There's also another one, managing people. Is a Harvard Business Review. I used to get their journal monthly on my email. So because I had that a challenge, it drive me to study. So when I realized that, sorry that I'm taking your time, because when I came, I was very crude when I started work. Very, very crude. People, it looks like I was irritating to people. I wasn't blending. But I noticed that people were not trying to associate with me. I was not like, but when I began to study and I came across that Harvard Business Review journal and I saw those contents, I read them. There was one time I resigned from my former employment. I didn't know I had made impact on people that much. And it was amazing. So I want to let him, just now that you know that you need to manage people well, there are a lot of materials to read. Read them. You wouldn't know that something is improving until eventually you realize that, oh, I'm no longer who I used to be. That's my key, because, you know, growth is an unconscious thing. As long as you are taking the step, growth happens effortlessly. That's my concept.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I mean, that's the truth. Continuous learning, you know, this training is not the last you should have. Continuously, that's one thing that helped me. Every resource I needed to grow in any area. There's no one word, one sentence, one training that will do everything you need. I like the degree of self-awareness you've displayed to know what you need. And like Mr. Peter said, it's just finding the best resources that would help you, you know, do things better in that direction. Ejiro says that her boss is the new acting CEO, and she's asking how she can facilitate his transition process into the new role. Coincidentally, I was assisting the ED, Finance and Strategy, before he was made the CEO in 2018, and then I moved on with him. One way that we facilitated that process was to ensure that I had a lot of sessions with the previous EAs and the previous office of the MD. Now, this is not to make them, you know, put into my head everything I need to do. You might not follow their template, but it's just to get a sense of the workings of that office and to know the basic things that you should be aware about, because things have now changed. There are people to know. I'm just giving you headers that you should pay attention to. People that you're aware of and he should know. Of course, he already knows some of them, because someone that was made the acting CEO was to most extent expecting it. So they're already preparing technically. But because you are the assistant, the way you can prepare them is also know the people you should know. And it comes by either speaking to the, you know, office of the CEO, former office of the CEO. If there's nobody moving on with you, get to speak with them and get all the information you can. There are also certain departments that can give you contextual information. HR is one of them. They helped us settle in. They have all the contextual information many times because they've also, in many cases, worked with the previous CEO, and they have an information as to what is going on in different departments, right? So that's a very crucial, you need to have a lot of conversations at this time. Don't let any day meet you sitting and just relaxing, waiting for the next task. Talk to people a lot. Talk to people a lot. right? The first 90 days, already craft out activities that you should do. Stakeholder connection and management is important at this time. This is where you then need to start knowing who you should know in CBN, if it's a bank, okay, RMBN, yeah, a bank, and all of those things. Even within the company, who you should know. So this will help your boss settle in better. And if I would suggest, please make sure that the first few days you're working in the office physically. If there's an arrangement for remote, prioritize physical working so that you can get abreast with many things that will be passing. There are things that until you see them, you cannot appraise them very well. So that's what I'll say to you as far as facilitating, that transition into this new role is. You get better with time. It doesn't happen in an instant. But trust me, with the right mindset, everything you need to know will fall into place. But talk to a lot of people, please. Talk to the former office of CEO, talk to HR, talk to a number of people, and pay attention to stakeholders, especially those that are critical to this new role. Okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everyone, for your questions. And thank you, Mrs. Tijani, for providing answers and providing clarity to some of those questions, or to all of the questions. Okay, so we'll dive now into the next session. Mr. Onikosi is going to be starting off with a recap of yesterday's session, after which we're going to move into a session today, which is social intelligence and grit for career advancement. Mr. Onikosi, you have the floor, please.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Okay, so all right, so before we go into today's stuff, I just wanted for us to kind of let's have a run through, your key takeaway from yesterday. I think that's a good place for us to start. Yeah, so let's have a quick recap of our session yesterday. And the way I like to have a recap. I don't like to read what we did. No. My idea of the recap is for you to share with me what you took away, from the session. So usually it's not really about trying to remember everything, but no, that's not. We're not trying to make you memorize or cram stuff word, but what one thing or maximum 2 things, really stuck out for you in the session that we had together yesterday. So 1 thing, 2 things, max, because of our time. Good. Adewale, Unity Bank. So it says, my takeaway was that effective listening is hearing what was not said in a conversation. Excellent, excellent. Adewale, that's something good to see. Okay. So, all right, Timothy from First Ally Capital. One of his own takeaway is to pay more attention to how I say something rather than what I want to say. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So to add to that, I usually say this jokingly to people that there are 2 ways you can say that you're sorry and then you're sorry. You can tell somebody I'm sorry. Okay, let's just use an hypothetical example. Maybe you mistakenly stepped on someone and you were just walking away, right? And the person said, okay, you just stepped on me. Sorry now. That's the sorry. But then you step on someone and then you look and say, oh, please forgive me, I'm sorry. I hope you know there are 2 different kinds of sorry. One is different from the other. So it's really about how you say what you say. Yeah. Your tone, it stays, also does a lot of things. So it's important. So Chima says that he learned how to manage his emotion, knowing that it is not about you, but about the job done. Excellent. That's a good way. And it helps you to really manage your emotions, your feelings, so that you don't mistake the feedback that your executive gave you on the job to mean that, it's a feedback about you as an individual. No, it's the job. If you did a poor quality job, he would say it. It doesn't mean you are a bad human being. So don't allow the definition that you give your emotions to be the ones that will not serve you, because you are the one telling your emotions how to feel by the interpretation you give the words that you hear. So that's very important. So, and that's a good one, Chima. Then I see a name here, Olympia. So this person says, managing and knowing how to control my emotions in delivering my role. Very, very important. We should not allow our emotions to control us, but rather we should be able to hold our emotions like you have your television remote in your hands, because whoever is able to control your emotion is the one holding your remote control. So usually I believe that everyone has an invisible remote control. The question is, who is holding your own? Because the person holding your own is the one that has the capacity to trigger you. If they can't trigger you, then that means you are in charge of your remote control. Sharon says, takeaway, or one of her takeaways is to always read the room. Yeah, in order to hear the unspoken word. Wow, I have amazing learners here. This is good. Sharon, well done. Olayinka Digu says, how to manage our emotions. Why not taking things personal? Awesome. Awesome. That's great. Then Mike from UBA says, when listening, concentrate on what is being said and how it is being said. Listening is one of the most important parts of effective communication. You're so right, Mike. Very, very important. Then Mercy Tolulope says, owning my emotions is also part of emotional intelligence. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Then another takeaway that I see coming from Timothy is that he needs to deepen his understanding of his emotion, and use that knowledge to manage behavior of others and relationships. Yes, you need to know yourself. You know, there's this statement or a quote that was written on the Temple of Apollo in Delphi, in Greece, and I hear that it is still there in Greece today. Some of those columns of the Temple of Apollo is still in present-day Greece. And on that, the Temple of Apollo was written, man, know thyself. That is the hardest work in life, for a man to know himself or herself. That's one of the toughest jobs. Then Godwin says one thing that stood out for him yesterday is self-awareness. People tend to get distracted without even knowing. It affects several areas of their life, including how they manage emotions. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Good. But before we wrap this up, I'm looking for someone that is going to tie it up together for me with how all of this, especially the emotions, how it ties into communication, right? So I see Uche Chukwu from UBA is here. From UBA says, good eye contact is a way to show you're listening and not just hearing. Excellent. You know, sometimes even in our African setting, when you're having a conversation, right, with someone, and you're not looking at them, they tell you, look into my eyes. That's when I know you're talking to me, because it's the key communication component. It's very important to be able to experience that. So is any other person going to tie this whole thing to communication? So when you understand all of these things, you become aware of how emotions work and how your own emotions work. And by the way, guys, let me give you a free resource here in the chat area. I'm putting it there. You can take that. Free test. It would give you a more insight about who you are. By the time you take it and you take it honestly, and you're going to print out the detailed results, you might be printing almost 20 or 24 pages about yourself. Okay, But the summary, you can get like a 2, 3, 4-page summary of yourself. There is a site, I just shared it there, 16personalities.com. It would give you an idea of your, behavior, why you do some of the things. Now, the beautiful thing about these things is that they're not cast in stone. They give you an idea about yourself. And if you want a very precise result, you must be honest with the response that you give to the questions that you're being asked. And those questions, they are questions that they're not an examination question. Okay, so there's no right or wrong answer, as it were. So be as honest as possible. Give it your best answer. It would really help you a great deal. Okay, so when you better understand your emotions, it's able to help you know how to communicate, know when you are upset. We talked about the amygdala hijack. With the amygdala hijack, there are 3 normal responses for amygdala hijack if you experience it. It's either you are in a fight mode, you want to quickly raise your hand and say, no, you raise your defense. I won't let these people do this to me. I won't let. Or you do what? You run. And the third one is you freeze. I've seen that. That freezing one became real for me when my daughter was much younger. When she was much younger, maybe around 4, 5, 6, and then she started school. She just didn't like figures. She didn't like mathematics. As soon as she sees the mathematics solve, she just freezes. The next thing that you start seeing happening is she just starts crying. You see the tears dropping heavily. So that's how some people handle those situations when they are hijacked. You freeze, you start crying. And people are wondering, what has happened? What has really, happened that you're doing this kind of stuff? Okay, so we need to understand that our emotions play a major role in our communication, how we respond, how we write, how we not even say anything, non-verbal, and all of those things. Okay, guys. Okay. Timothy says he needs to pay more attention to what is not being said to aid effective listening. Exactly. You must be able to, and one of the ways to heighten your ability to listen to what is, or to hear what is not being said, is also the kind of exposure you give to yourself in terms of the access you provide for yourself in terms of learning, reading, the quality of the information that you allow into your space, the quality of conversation that you allow into your space, especially among your friends. They help you heighten your ability to read in between the lines and pick out what people are not saying from what they're saying. Okay, guys. Again, welcome to this morning session. Now it's afternoon. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about social intelligence and grit for career advancement. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's talk about social intelligence this morning and grit for career advancement. All right. So, social intelligence, I said it allows you to build strong relationships with your colleagues, with your superior. It also helps you navigate social situations effectively. It helps you communicate clearly and persuasively. While grit, it keeps you with the resilience to overcome challenges and setbacks. It also helps you to develop passion and perseverance so that you can achieve those long-term goals. You can, and what that does is that it gives you the staying power. You don't quit just because you experience a temporary challenge. And also it helps you to be dedicated and to effortlessly continue to learn and improve yourself. So together, these two components are a powerful combination that can propel you forward in your career journey. And I joined towards the end of Miss Emanuela Tijani's session, and I heard her talk about a little bit about transition and all of that. Also, so let's talk about understanding social dynamics in the workplace. See, the workplace is delicate, and over many years, I've had people say, "Oh, I don't want to be involved in office politics. You know, I don't like politics," and all of those things that you hear people talk about. Okay, oh, I don't like office politics. I don't like, and I'm wondering. That is proof of maybe that person is naive. So we need to learn it, and then you know how to use it to in an ethical way to advance your career. Okay, so let's look at the intricate way that is called the social dynamics at work. Now, social dynamic is talking about the interplay of personalities, of behaviors, and relationships within a group. And understanding these dynamics is crucial for your workplace success. There are different personalities at work, demonstrating different behavior, and therefore defining the kind of relationships that people build around the workplace. Okay, so there is a book that I read in 2006. It's titled "The Bad Attitude Survivor Guide" by the author Harry E. Chamber. It's a classic. And he was talking about the different attitudes, the different personalities at work. And one thing that he pointed out is that when people are focused on moving their career forward, they do different kinds of things. They play different kinds of games. But to you that is on the other end of it, you will be thinking this person is working against me. But what you don't understand is that they are pushing their own agenda. In pushing their agenda, it might be interfering with your own career. Now, remember that we've talked about emotional intelligence, that you cannot determine how people will behave to you. You cannot determine people's reaction or response. It is your own that you are able to determine. So your ability to learn and know about yourself is critical. Because the knowledge of yourself, because you're a human being and you're dealing with other human beings, so you take the knowledge of yourself to start to extrapolate the possible behaviors that others might be having based on the knowledge of yourself that you have, and why people behave the way they behave. What are the things fueling their behavior? And which is why it is critical for any career professional who really wants to advance their career to understand the importance of crafting your core values early in your career. What are your own life core values? What are the things you will never compromise because you are trying to get a promotion. Now, these are very salient and very deep conversations that you need to have with yourself. Because if you don't have your personal core values early in life, and even now as a professional, and I'm going to challenge every one of you listening to me now, if you've never done it, you need to sit down with a journal and ask yourself, what do I want to be known? Who am I? Sit down on a self-reflection with a journal and answer those critical questions. Because when you do, at some point when you get into this intricate social web, you will be confronted with what I call ethical dilemma. And the example of that is simply choosing between the deep blue sea and the devil. So it is your core values that will guide your decision at the point of ethical dilemma. You say, no, this is the boundary. I cannot go beyond this. I can't do this. You need to have those things in place. Otherwise, you will, at the end, you will be shocked yourself, the type of human being that you may become. And sometimes you might not like the person you will see in the mirror over time if you're not careful. So that is very important. So personality, behavior, and those two now determine the working of the relationship within the work environment, the office. Because, can I be honest with you? Everybody is always having an agenda. And that agenda is the what is in it for me agenda. Everybody has that. Everyone has that self agenda. So it's self-preservation. So the bottom line or the line, the boundary will be your core values that will say, no, beyond this, I cannot do, I cannot go. But so imagine if somebody does not have those core values, it can be unthinkable what can happen. So in navigating again the intricate social web, we want to talk about decoding hierarchy. Now, this is important. Because what I'm sharing with you this morning, they are critical. They are the workings of social intelligence. So you cannot, you can't feign ignorance, not at your level. You are an assistant to a very senior executive. You cannot feign ignorance of some things. No, you cannot. It's not permitted. So you must also understand and recognize the power structure, the power blocks within the social space where you operate. Every organization has a hierarchy. There is a formal structure of power and authority. And may I add to it for you that there is an informal power blocks within every organization. So you will see the formal structure of power and hierarchy is there. There are invincible power blocks and power structure within every setting. Sometimes it will amaze you that somebody that is low, that is on the lower rung of the formal structure has a high ranking in the informal structure. So aside the formal power structure, there are informal structure for power also within the organization. And let me tell you, it is your business to know both the formal structure and the informal structure. Don't ever say that somebody within the structure does not matter. No. Everybody is important. Every stakeholder. You'll be shocked to the office assistant. They are very important. So understanding the hierarchy helps you navigate communication channel, helps you navigate not just the channel, it helps you navigate the communication style. It helps you know the tone of communication, the purpose of communication, the when of communication, the type of communication. Very important. And also, it helps you in your decision-making process. Every social structure has a power block. And if you don't learn those things, you are going to be like an executive walking among a field, a huge field that is filled with landmines, such that if you are ill-informed and uneducated, you will plug your leg in a landmine and you will not like the results that you will see. So it's important to know, and important to, when you do know, now you are able to craft your communication style around the power block. Very critical for you in advancing your career. Don't forget that that's what we're talking about in this movie, social intelligence. You see this type of intelligence, you don't find a degree for it. They don't offer it as a course in the university. Okay? But there are things that you need to know. Then office politics. Delicate that. Yeah? So office politics involve informal power struggles and negotiation. Now, I think this past week, this week, Wednesday, I was giving a webinar for some guys, a professional association that I belong to. And the webinar, I titled it, How to 10x your career in a saturated talent market. And it's amazing that people think that your good work will speak for you all of the time. Now, what do I mean? You're in an office, you don't get involved in the politics. You will be swallowed by the dynamics. Now, and when you know, the thing about it is that when people hear office politics, politics is dirty. And I'm wondering, how can you be that naive? Who told you? It's probably one of the reasons, on a larger scale, why citizens' engagement with governance in their nations, especially in third world countries in Africa, is very low. You say, oh, politics is dirty, and I'm wondering who said, how? Because politics exists everywhere. In our house, it starts from home. It is political when the eldest children push the last baby of the house to the father to go and make a demand for something. Why? Because you all know that the father has a soft skill for that last baby. Probably all the other siblings are boys, and the man has been looking for a replacement for his mother that died years ago. And finally, his wife gave birth to a baby girl. And then you say, finally, my mother has returned. Then he has a soft spot for her. Excuse me. And treats her differently from everybody. And because we know, and there are things we know that when we ask this our father, he does not respond to us. So we will wait and push that last girl to go and tell Baba that this is what we need. And she will go and say, Baba, oh, I need this, can you buy it for me? And then you hear, okay, don't worry, I will buy it for you. What do you think has happened there? Politics. That's what it is. And what is politics? It's just your ability to be able to negotiate and advance your own cause. Politics is about interest. Okay? I'm working on my 11th book at the moment, and the book is temporarily, we've titled it Never Walk Alone. And it's a book that is based on career sponsorship. And it is premised on the fact that I have seen in more than my 30 years of professional career that good people, excellent professionals, they are passed over and over when there is an opportunity for promotion. They pass them. See, okay, you think that most of you work in financial institutions, right? So you find out that on the board of a bank, for instance, the management, there are executive directors and there is a managing director. I can tell you that every executive director is a managing director in waiting. They have everything to be a managing director. But it was one person that was selected to be the managing director. So at that point, you think the only criteria to make this person MD was that they're so good and the others are not? No, you're missing something. That's not totally correct. There are a lot of other power play that does not come to the surface when these things happen. So you must understand and be comfortable with office politics. And you know why I'm saying it is because I have discussed with you initially about developing your core values so that you can practice what you're practicing ethically without compromising your values, without compromising the organizational values and interests, without trying to destroy somebody else. So it's a delicate dance, but it's a dance that if you master it, you'll be a master of the game. So navigating this office politics requires awareness and strategic communication. Strategic communication, positioning of yourself through the quality of the work that you deliver with consistency. If the executive is always finding fault, in 1 week, there will be 1 or 2 complaints about what you have done that you didn't do well, about how you almost cost your executive something. Those are red flags on your career path. You must be intentional about clearing them off and becoming an impeccable professional and becoming, a maverick professional that can't be easily replaced. So it requires awareness of your skills, your strengths, your weaknesses. Now, usually, this is what I tell people. If your weaknesses are not huge to the point where it can affect or destroy anything you're doing, I usually advise professionals, my coaches, anyone around me, people in my audience, like you this afternoon, put all of your strength in doing what? In amplifying your strength. When you build your strength, to a very high level, it has a way of overwhelming your weaknesses so that people don't even see you're weak. Why? Because your strength is so amplified that it swallows up any weakness that you might have. But it comes with self-awareness. And then what? It now requires strategic communication. Strategic communication, verbal communication, non-verbal, being able to position yourself. And that positioning is not that when I say positioning, I'm not saying cut corners. Positioning is not saying backstab, a colleague. No, positioning is by consistently doling out excellent work, becoming your executive's go-to person, becoming the reference point to other executives when they're referencing assistants. When they're talking to their own assistant, they use you as reference. That is strategic position. And it's only your work that can do that for you. The quality of your work will position you. And when you have that good job. Let me tell you something. Don't let the job alone speak for you. Open your mouth and speak for your job. See, because I've had people say, don't worry, don't worry. I don't need to speak. My job will speak for me. Unfortunately, jobs don't have mouths. It's people that have mouths that speak. So you need to also, part of your strategy or strategic communication is to make sure that people that matter, your executive, they see what you're doing. Right? Don't just do it and say, no, don't worry, you don't have to put my name. It's not humility. Put your name. If your name was so there, put it. Except there's a standard protocol that doesn't require your name there. Put your name. If you've done it, put your name. If there are opportunities to make presentation, offer to make the presentation. Don't be withdrawing. If you withdraw and step back every time, guess what you're doing? You're denying yourself the opportunity to be visible. So that's why if you're going to be this composite professional, you do what? You must also develop a quality public speaking skill. You must be able to articulate your thoughts. You must develop your power of conversation. You must know how to talk, when to talk, where to talk, and when to shut up. These are all social skills. And they help your positioning. That is the strategic communication that you're doing. It's very critical for you. Don't do something for somebody and they thank you and they say, oh, let me recognize. No, don't worry. You think that is humility? If you are on this call, if you've ever done that, you just need to tell yourself, I forgive myself for doing that. I won't do it again. Just tell yourself you won't do it. You shouldn't do it. So focus on building alliances. It's critical. Listen, you don't need anything, for crying out loud. You don't need anything. Life is too short. Build alliances. And you know one of the things that makes it easy for you to build alliances? Have a positive outlook to life. Know that whatever anybody is doing, nobody is doing anything against me. Whatever they're doing that might appear that is working against me, they are advancing their own cause. So I can't be upset with everybody. If you are angry with everybody, and they talk about this person, you don't mind that person. And you always have one thing to say about everyone. I think it's time you look in the mirror. You have a problem. You need to develop yourself, build alliances, and learn how to collaborate. You need strategic alliances. You see the strength that somebody has. You need to be, we call it intellectual humility. You don't know it. Be humble enough to admit you don't know and go and ask the person that knows. And they are shocked. They're like, really? Oh, yes. As I speak to you, I still pay people to come and teach me things when I don't know. I'm a coach. People pay me. But guess what? I hire coaches myself. When I see there's an area that I need, I pay 1 hour, please give me your 1 hour. And I'm not asking you for you to give me for free. I'll pay for that 1 hour. And if you tell me your 1 hour is this amount of money, if I can't afford it, I'll beg and negotiate. But I'm not going to ask you to give me for free. Build alliance. It's critical. Building rapport. Now, this is the fourth element we're looking at, right? We started with the intricate web. We went through what? We talked about what? We talked about power hierarchy. We talked about office politics. Now, let's talk about the foundation for strong relationships, building rapport. The foundation for building strong relationships. Now, rapport is a feeling of trust, respect, and mutual understanding. Now, one of the ways that I learned, to do that early was, okay, so some years ago, I did a certification on strategic business development. So I have a certification that is called Strategic Business Development Professional. And one of the things that we did there was a module on consulting and some other stuff we did. And we were, told to do more like a scenario, a role play. One of the key, fundamental keys to building rapport with anyone, especially people that you are just trying to strike a new relationship. One of the biggest things you need to do is to do your research on the person. Don't come to that table without knowing everything about that person. Where they went to school, who they talk to, where they shop, their birthday, their spouse's birthday, their children's birthday, where they play their golf. Uchechukwu, you're doing something to our screen. Please, Chidima, help us look at it. So, you need to do that. You need to learn that. So what happened? To try to break the hearts and enter into the office of somebody that, been trying to pick. And guess what? Because part of the finding is that this person is, and you just wanted to break the ice. And definitely because it's a family person, what are you going to find on their table? You are likely to find the picture of their wife, their spouse, or their, spouse, wife, or son, and their children. So you look at it, you see, and you want to create a connection. Because now, you know what? Because family matters to that person, you also need to know how to leverage that information. So guess what I did? I just squat by the table to take a closer, eye-level look at the thing. And then look up and say, your family, I guess? I said, of course, yes. I have a wonderful family. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, every discussion after that is gone. It's gone. Why? Because whatever you're discussing, every conversation starts at the emotional level. Every conversation. So, and what does it do? It builds a feeling of trust immediately. A feeling of respect. Oh, this person must be family oriented. That's what the person is thinking in his mind. That's nice. It's something to respect. Active listening also plays a powerful role in building rapport. Right? You're trying to build rapport with someone. You're having a conversation, and then you're checking your phone every time. You're on your phone, you say, oh yeah, no, there's no problem. I'm just quickly, I'll join you shortly. Or at every instant, your phone beeps, you say, excuse me. You quickly go. You come back. Apologies for that. You've not said any 1, 2, 3 things. Your phone beeps again. You say, excuse me. They have no business being in that place with that person. They have no respect for that person. So active listening is important. Empathy and finding common ground, things that interest both of you. That's why your research about the person is critical before the event, before the meet, before the event is key to building a strong rapport. Then strong relationship enhances communication, collaboration, and overall well-being. Okay, it looks like this mark created by Uchechukwu is becoming a permanent one on the screen. We just make this down. Okay, so let's talk about conflict, mastering conflict, strategies for diplomacy. So one thing you must understand and come to agree is that conflict is inevitable in the workplace, in life, normal. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with conflict. Usually it's what people do with conflict that now, determine whether it's good or not. So conflict is inevitable. Then effective communication, problem solving, and focus on solutions are key to managing conflict diplomatically. So diplomacy is synonymous to the word tactfulness, to be apt. Okay? And I remember there was a quote by Winston Churchill, that's the 19th century Great Britain Prime Minister. He said that tact is your ability to tell somebody to go to hell and they look forward to the journey. Did you hear that? It's a skill. A skill that you develop and you are able to tell somebody, go to hell. But you see, but not literally telling them go to hell, because that is the tact there. They look forward to the journey. So you must develop how to solve problems, how to communicate, how to focus on key solutions and make sure that there is fairness in what you're doing, and which is called the win-win situation. Let somebody go away from a transaction with you, from a conversation with you, from a relationship with you. Let them go away feeling better as they leave than before they came in. That is also a skill. You have to develop it. It's very, very important. The skill. I have a book. It's titled the Mafia Manager. That's a very powerful book for you to have as manager. Very important. There are skills. There are things you need to learn. They don't teach them in regular school. They don't teach them in regular business school. You need to learn them because you need them as you navigate the very interesting web of the workforce. Okay, so again, briefly, we're talking about emotional intelligence here, but we're not going to take much time there at all because we talked about it yesterday. But it's just trying to connect it to social intelligence. Okay, so I said emotional intelligence, yeah, the power within, unveiling your emotional intelligence. So imagine a superpower that allows you to navigate the complex emotions in yourself and others with ease. That is what emotional intelligence does for you. So it's not just about being smart. It's about being smart with emotion, understanding and managing emotions effectively. So, and one of the key to it is when we talk about self-awareness in emotional intelligence, it's your ability to catch yourself in the emotion. To say, what do people say? Or what do people do? Or under what circumstance does this particular, can lovely Uba please not write anything again on the screen? I see now you're putting a dot on the screen. Thank you.
Please do not do anything on the screen. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can continue, Ms. Onkusin. Thank you.
Yeah. So your ability to catch yourself. See, until you get to that point, you're not self-aware about your emotions. When you can actually have a journal for yourself. That was where I started. you have a journal for yourself to say, this feeling that I had, what led to it? That's how to start holding yourself accountable with your emotion. So when you start initially, it's not going to happen magically. Yeah. When you start initially, you might find yourself falling and getting up. But that's interesting. That's a good process. You're learning. But you see, where the learning excuse me, now happens is you go back and reflect. Why did I raise my voice at my colleague? Why did I shout? What led to it? You might just be able to now reflect and think back on your day, how it started, what led to that particular event, what were the thoughts. Do you know that some outbursts actually happen because you are hungry, you have not eaten since morning, your schedule hasn't allowed you to eat, and you have become edgy. Now, not necessarily because you feel hungry. You might not even feel hungry, but there are hormones in your system that is reactive. And don't forget that you, as a human being, you and I are just full of different type of chemicals that react at different times and different instances with different triggers. So if you go on a self-reflection at the end of the day, you can put down in your note, this is the thing that happened around this time, that was what happened. Oh, this is what somebody said, and this was what it triggered in me. The question will now be, why did that thing trigger anything in me? Is it something that, now you now need to sit down and start to think deeply within yourself and bring yourself. That is when you are coming to self-awareness. This is very important. The reflection bit of it is very important. So we talked about this yesterday. I'm not going to dwell here again at all. The building blocks of emotional intelligence that we talked about yesterday. Just a moment, guys. Chidima, let me just take a seat.
Okay, Mr. Nikosi, that's fine.
Okay, so let's move on. Like I said, we looked at this yesterday. That's the key to emotional mastery, self-awareness. I talked about that. So just a little bit here. I think I also shared with us here yesterday too, techniques for self-regulation. Okay, so I said even with the best self-awareness, sometimes emotions can run hard. So self-regulation helps you manage these emotions. Deep breathing exercises, they are quick and effective way to activate the parasympathetic nervous system that promotes relaxation in your system. Okay, practicing positive self-talk can also combat negative thought patterns that fuel emotional distress. So these are important stuff. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about cultivating resilience and perseverance. All right. Building resilience and perseverance. Imagine a red ball, right? Like a football, a red ball, a handball, bouncing ball, whatever. That no matter how many times it's thrown down, it bounces back. Now that's the essence of resilience and perseverance, right? And you see the word resilience is from the Greek or Latin word resilient, something that resilience, something that breaks through, that comes through. So no matter how much of obstacle on their way, it always comes back. So the ability to overcome obstacles and keep moving forward in the face of adversity. I hope you know that there is another, measure of intelligence now that is also being taken. It's called adversity intelligence. So people want to ask, how much of pressure can you stand? Do you quickly cave in? Do you give up and start saying, no, you are stressed, you cannot even take it? How strong are you? Now, because these qualities are essential for success in any workplace, where challenges and setbacks are inevitable. They are inevitable. Okay, so we need to explore strategies for cultivating resilience and perseverance that equips you to do what? Navigate challenges with strength and determination. So you need to know that life is going to test you. Life is going to try you. The question is, are you strong enough to be able to withstand the pressure that life will put you? And there's something that I learned many years ago. It was something someone said, and it said, excuses are the tools used by the grossly incompetent. Only fools use them. That is more than 25 years now or so that I had that word. And that was when I made up my mind in my life that I would never use an excuse. Because as I studied more the DNA of excuse or making excuses, I found out that it is the same amount of energy, the same amount of strength that you need to get the job done that you need also to make an excuse. So it's better for you to get the job done than to expend energy building your excuse. So resilience is key. You will be tested. You will be tried. The question is, will your amygdala hijack you to fight, to flight, or to freeze? The question is, will you allow your amygdala to blow out of proportion whatever might have happened, or you want to take charge of the situation and say, I'm coming back. It's not the end of anything. It's only an opportunity for me. Like someone told me also many years ago, he said the challenge is people's perception. He said, why some people are seeing a bend on the road, some people are seeing the end of the road. It's your perception. Okay? So embracing growth mindset. So these are the mindsets that are, have been popularized by Carol Dweck. The fixed mindset believes intelligence and talent, they are fixed traits, while growth mindset views challenges as opportunities to learn and to grow. So challenges will come, but there are opportunities for growth. Okay, somebody there. All right, Gabby. So our mindset plays a significant role in how we approach challenges. A fixed mindset views intelligence and talent as fixed traits, leading to discouragement in the face of difficulty. There are people like that. Yeah, don't worry, that guy is just gifted like that. I don't have any of those. No, that's not true. That's a fixed mindset. You didn't even give it a shot. You didn't even give it a try. What is it that you've always wanted to do? Give it a try. Give it a shot. Don't just give up and say, no, you are not gifted in that area. No. Okay, conversely, we say a growth mindset sees challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. So by embracing a growth mindset, we believe in our ability to develop and overcome obstacles, fostering resilience and perseverance. So a growth mindset gives you that opportunity to forge ahead. You might not see you might not, feel that you can do it, but then you will not deny yourself the opportunity to give it a chance. Okay, so that's important. So learning from setback. Why? Because setback is like turning your failure into fuel. Oh, setbacks are a very important component for success. As a matter of fact, somebody said also, I can't remember who many years ago, he said success is actually failure turned inside out. It's like you have a carrier bag, and when you take the carrier bag and you turn it inside out, that's what success and failure is. So success is failure turned inside out. That's how it is. Failure is an inevitable part of life, and it's good. And what people even call failure is not really failure, it's their learning opportunity. And the workplace is no exception. However, it's not the end. Failure is not the end. It's a bend on the road. It's not the end of the road. It's an opportunity to learn and to grow. By viewing setbacks as learning experiences, we can identify areas for improvement, develop new strategies to help us to continue to win. Now, so don't hesitate to seek feedback from your trusted colleagues or mentors. Feedback is the mirror of any leader, of any man. Feedback is critical for you. The insight of your trusted colleagues and mentors, they can be invaluable in helping you learn from your mistakes and bounce back even stronger. So building your support system, and this is very critical. Finding strength in others. This is important. To know that I have never seen a self-made human. That is a lie. If you hear someone say, I'm a self-made millionaire, they're not being honest with you. We are all a function of the contributions of so many people into our life. We are a product of so many people who have contributed into our lives. So we all need a support system, and that's very important. And let me tell you the thing about support system. You must be intentional about building them. You must go out and look for them, which is why it's critical for you to know what you want. Have your career plan. Have your plan. What do you want? What are the skills? What are the quality of the people? What are the quality of friends, mentors, sponsors that you need around your life to help you get to where you want to go? Then you start deliberately shopping for those relationships in your life and create them as a support system. Some of them, you will build them over 5 years, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40. Some will be with you your whole life. But you need to have the support system. We all need them, especially when you're facing challenges. You can have them to call on. Surrounding yourself with positive and supportive individuals who believe in you and your potential can make a significant difference in your life. Yeah? So share your challenges with your trusted support system, right? Celebrate your successes together, and don't hesitate to seek help when needed. And when they also need, please make yourself available. A strong support system can provide encouragement, motivation, and valuable perspective to help you when you're trying to navigate a difficult situation. Igniting the flame, maintaining motivation and perseverance. Now, this can be challenging sometimes in your career journey. At some point, you can just lose your mojo. You don't feel like there's anything again for you. So maintaining motivation and perseverance is crucial for long-term success. So setting achievable goals and celebrating milestones keep you on track and provide a sense of accomplishment, which is why there's no little success. You wrap up this training today, celebrate yourself. You wrap up this training today, give yourself a pat on the back for going through this. Okay? So this is very important. Visualization, picturing yourself achieving your goal can increase motivation and focus. Remember, taking care of yourself is essential. That is part of one of the biggest motivation and fueling that you will need. Sometimes just going and, it can be tough for some of us. For someone like me, I know it's tough. It's something that I'm learning. Just to lie down on the bed and not do anything. And when I am not sick, it's usually a challenge. But I'm learning to do it now. You don't have to just stay there, just rest. Rest is one of the major ingredients for success in life. Because you give your whole body opportunity to rejuvenate and come back a lot better. Now let's talk about networking and relationship building. Chidima, I hope I'm still okay with the time.
Yes, Mr. Nikosi. I think we have about 8 minutes, 10 minutes more.
Oh, gee. Okay. Let's see how we do with this.
Okay.
So networking. So, okay, so guys, let me speak to networking for us in this manner. You need it. It's critical for your career advancement. However, networking is not it's not a random thing you do. It's not, it's not haphazard. It's intentional and strategic. And you must first create a plan for it. And the plan to experience successful networking, it must connect back to your career plan. What do you have in mind for yourself on a long term? Okay? While you are on your current career trajectory, what do you see yourself doing? Or when do you see yourself in the next 3, 5, 7, 10 years, 15 years? Now, those plans will guide or should guide your networking activities and efforts. Okay? So it's critical. So when you're networking at work, you are building strategic relationships that speak to your 3, 5, 7, 10, 15-year plan. Very important. Make sure that you also find the time to attend professional events. Professional events, the professional association of your current role, very important. If part of your 5, 10, 7-year plan, whatever, also speaks to another professional association, you want to make yourself part of that association. You want to be intentional about meeting people. And when you go for networking events, please and please, don't go there wasting your hard-earned money that you've used in printing your business card. Okay? And these days, people don't print business card anymore. You can have just a plastic black card, or you can have it on your phone virtually, and with a QR code, everybody gets whatever you need them to get. But let me tell you, stop going to distribute your business card. Most times I've seen this over and over at event venues. You see cards, business cards flying everywhere. People don't connect with cards, they connect with people. So make up your mind that when you're going, do your research. Who will be there? Who and who? And then research those you would like to connect with before you go. Learn 1, 2, 3 things about them. Those are the 2 people. When you go to an event, make sure you don't talk to more than 2 people. Establish a memorable interaction. Live with them something that they cannot forget about you. That is what people remember, not business cards. As a matter of fact, by the time you guys are so much impacted each other at that networking event, most times, this is my own experience, they end up asking for my contact details. I don't try to give them. Because when you try to, it's like you are trying to, no, don't do it. So build the rapport. improve your conversation skill. When you get into a circle of people and one of the people you want to meet is in the circle, enter. When you enter, please just keep a nice facial expression and don't open your mouth yet. Because a conversation was happening before you join them. Don't just jump into it. Sometimes people do it and then you just expose yourself in a way that you don't like. Get a feel of what's happening. Find the loose end in the conversation where you can plug in something that is punchy, intelligent, drop it and step out again. You know, you're still within the conversation. You just step out, just keep quiet, don't say too much. Guess what? Eyes will look at you, the next person close to you. They say, hi, how are you? Then they now want to meet you. These things are strategies, they are skills, you must master them. That's how it starts. You need to know it. So it's important for you to, I know that your work keeps you busy, but you need to be intentional about creating a life for yourself so you can build a career. So join professional bodies that are relevant to you and plan your year ahead to say, okay, there are 2 or 3 conferences in a year that you would like to attend. And if the conference is for 4 days, you might not be able to attend all of them. But make sure you don't miss, usually they always wrap it up with a gala night, something. Make sure you don't miss the gala night, you know, because at that point, it's a more relaxed environment. Go there, go and make sure your face is seen in the industry where you are. Make yourself visible. Visibility is key. And your networking, if you're so busy, please get somebody to help you optimize your LinkedIn page and make sure you at least share something along the line of what you're doing now, right? Or a mixture of what you're doing now and part of the things that you want to do that is in your 10-year plan. Start to position yourself to be visible. Don't be too busy to now come back to LinkedIn when you don't have a job or you're looking for another job. That's when some people show up on LinkedIn every time. And can I tell you, the algorithm knows you. Oh yes, those social media platforms, that's the way they are designed. The algorithm knows you as an opportunist. You are not coming to build a community with them because they are about building community. So be present. Have an optimized page, a professionally looking page that represents you and what you want people to know about you. It's very important for you and your career. Yeah. So here I say you need to nurture relationships, and you must nurture it beyond the initial connection that you made with people. I can't tell you how this has helped me, but I'll give you just one example that I experienced. In 2005, I was invited to the University of Ife, that's Obafemi Awolowo University, as a keynote speaker for an event. And at that event, I ran into another gentleman that was also from Lagos for, I think the same event. I think it was a different session. But we just, you know, that's what I do. I'm intentional. I crack it. I break ice. I'm in the business of connecting with people. So I connected with him, and that was all. And everybody said, you know, bid their farewell, and I left. This was 2005. But guess what? Beyond that initial connection, I kept, you know, following this person's career. You know, once in a while, I'll send a message. I'll say hi. You know, I see something that might be helpful for him professionally. I send it to him. He said, wow, thank you. This is helpful. That's all I was doing. I didn't need to do more than that. That was 2005. So guess what? By 2011, 2011. Yeah, November. I got a call from someone and said, oh, this person gave us your number that we could reach out to you, that we're looking for somebody to join our global faculty in Africa, and we would like you to, and we had that conversation, 2011, and it ended there. 2012, didn't hear anything. 2013, didn't hear anything. Guess what? By late 2013, around December or so, I just got a call from them. Oh, we're back. Our project now is going to be live in Africa, and we would want you to be a part of our faculty for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. The long and short of it was that by February of 2014, I joined the Global Faculty of General Electric in Europe, Middle East, and Sub-Saharan Africa. That was from a 2005 relationship. Excuse me, guys. 2005, what happened? It was 2014 that I got a major stop through that relationship, right? And this person, we were still on. You saw by 2013, when he moved several organizations. When he moved to an investment bank as the vice president HR, I got an invitation for us to run a company-wide training with them. And we did a company-wide training that was an 8-figure business. So listen, beyond the initial connection, you must develop and be intentional about building relationships. And let me tell you, it's not going to be cheap. It's going to take time. It's going to take money. It's going to take effort. It's going to take being deliberate. It's very important. So you can't talk about, the power, the ripple effect. Finally, I think this is the last one. Managing stress and burnout. A guide for you as an assistant to an executive. So personal executive assistant and TA often face a unique set of challenges. Juggling multiple tasks, managing demanding schedules, and exceeding expectations can create stress. Left unchecked, that is, if you leave the stress unchecked, chronic stress can lead to burnout, a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion. So recognizing these challenges and their potential impact on your well-being is crucial for taking proactive steps towards managing them effectively. So don't ignore the signs that your body gives you. Identify warning signals. I have become good with it because I almost died 2020, 2021. It's so bad. So now I know the signal. So no matter what I'm doing, when the signal hits and I need to sleep, I will excuse myself from you and say, please, I need to excuse myself. I need to leave now. So you must know, our bodies and minds send us warning signals. Stop ignoring them. When stress becomes overwhelming, recognizing these signs empowers you to take action before reaching your tipping point. So there are common physical symptoms that include fatigue, headache, muscle tension, changes in your sleep pattern, emotional and behavioral signs. They also manifest as irritability. You're quickly, stressed, always edgy. It's a sign something is happening. You're always anxious, anxiety, you just don't know. Difficulty concentrating and neglecting self-care activities. These are all things you need to know. By being mindful of these signals, you can identify stress early and implement strategies to help you manage it. Okay? And strategies for increased efficiency and reduce stress. So you can, check this out on your own. Self-care. So I say it's important for you to prioritize your well-being. Please take care of yourself. It is not a luxury. Make time out, even if it's 2 times a week. Make sure you take a walk. at least effective 35 minutes brisk walking. It's good for you, it's good for your heart. And because, again, most of you, your walk, you're sitting for a long time. Find opportunities to walk around in the office if what you're doing is not necessarily tied to your thing. Or even if it is tied, I need you to use the Pomodoro technique. It's a technique in time management, Pomodoro, right? You walk for 25 minutes, you take a 5 minutes break. So for every 25, 30 minutes you spend, just take a 5 minutes break, use the bathroom, stretch your leg, come back and continue. That is it helps increase your efficiency at what you're trying to do. Learn to sleep well and also relax. Finally, building resilience, cultivating a sustainable approach. So managing stress is an ongoing process. So seeking support from colleagues, mentors, and even mental health professionals is a sign of strength. It's not a sign of weakness. Going to see a counselor, a coach, a mental health expert to have a conversation, to help them, for them to help you design a plan that can help you, right? It's very important. Cultivating a positive attitude and focusing on gratitude can significantly also reduce your stress level. This is important. Remember that prioritizing your well-being and actively managing stress empowers you to thrive as a PA, EA, or TA as you foster a fulfilling and sustainable career.
Thank you so much, Mr. Onikwusi, for that insightful session. We've learned a lot in that short space of time. We've learned about mastering emotions, building resilience and perseverance, networking, learning from your setbacks, and so on and so forth. So now it's time for question and answers. Please, can we quickly take question and answers quickly just before we move to our breakout session? Okay. This is Elithia, if I am not mistaken. Okay, she just said that she was always amongst people that said, "Oh, let my work speak for me," but now she realizes that that's not just enough. Yes, we need to not just allow our work speak for us. It's very important that we are seen and people know that, oh, you did this. This is what you've achieved. Okay, Peter has a question for you, Mr. Onikwusi. And Peter, you can turn on your video and ask your question now. You've been doing this since. It says, okay, go ahead, Peter. Then ask your question.
Okay, yeah, just a quick one. I wanted Mr. Onikwusi to just do a quick recap on that social intelligence. You talked about letting your work speak for you. I guess that's where you handled it, right?
Yeah, so I said, that your work does not speak. It doesn't have a mouth. It's people that speak.
Sure, okay. I think that's how I got
right?
it.
So because I've seen people who are really good at it. And okay, so there's this example that I know of. It's been some years ago now, in a financial one of these financial services companies. This lady was the one doing all the work. As a matter of fact, she had a team lead that she was the one that taught the team lead what was being done. Because so they just brought the person and made the person a boss, a manager. And the manager didn't know whatever was happening. And the manager, she will do all the work. And the manager goes there and presents it like his work. He doesn't even have anything to say like, oh, this is the work my team and I, things like that. And guess what? She was in that place, in that organization, I think for some 5, 6, 7 years before today. And there was no promotion. And people were getting promoted over her. And she was the one doing the job that people were using to get promoted over. So it was the frustration because she kept saying, okay, maybe my work, my work will speak. And I found out that work don't speak. Okay? You have to understand how the office environment happens. You must have sponsors and mentors who are mentioning your skills and talents where your voice cannot reach. Peter, I hope you know there are some places within your organization, decision-making hierarchy, that you cannot enter, right? And they would need to make a decision about you.
Yeah.
So you need somebody among the people in that room who will be speaking for you.
Yeah.
If you don't have somebody in the room speaking for you, the person that has somebody that they're speaking for will get that position, you won't get it. And you will be upset because most likely you are probably even the one doing the best of the job in that place.
Absolutely true.
So that's why you know, professionals must put effort and be intentional about building your career, knowing the strategy, knowing how to navigate the social complexity of work, with building relationship, with developing alliances. You need alliances. First and foremost, you don't need an enemy. You need alliances. In short, your colleagues, you need to build a network of alliance within your organization that see you in a favorable light. They are favorably disposed to you. So it's either you're pushing your work excellent, you are an affable person, you have a personality that people cannot just resist, you know. So but you must. And I see another person's question that, how can you build social intelligence? I think that's Timothy.
Sorry, sir. I want to quickly say something. I think, thank you for this clarification I got now. You know, no matter how long an error has gone, the day you truth come, that day you said you're free. Because he came from a very respected person, a very senior person. He was a pioneer. The man pioneered a bank, and he said something that he was addressing us then. I was very young, and he said, do what is expected to be done, or what is right to be done, no matter who takes the credit. So I think I ran blindly with that statement.
You ran with that.
Yes, you know, it doesn't matter, I will just do it. I don't have to project myself as long as the work has been done. And I paid dearly for it. And thank you for this. And I've seen places where I see people shine with what I did.
Yeah.
Because I didn't speak up, you know, because I didn't project myself. I feel that as long as the thing has been done. And I know how wrong I was. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, I was going to reference what Timothy also said. So about, you know, that I should throw more light on how to deal with. It's a process. It's a process. It's an art. So you become better at it with practice. Okay. And one of the things that I found out that we need to alter to be able to build that is to change our semantics. Okay. See, because semantics matters a lot. Now, for me, I started to become more conscious of it when I started consulting for General Electric in Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East, and Europe. And I go into their sessions and I mix with their manager and I check the work culture. So General Electric is a matrixed organization, so that every team is like the MD. So if there's a project team, that project team is like the MD of that project. He has all the power to do everything. He hires and fires. He has his own talent manager. He has his own, like that. So that's how it works. And I found out that there you can say things that we usually say here if you have not learned the semantics to use. Okay? So the semantics will help you. there is a way to, I think I'll still qualify it with that quote from Winston Churchill, to be tactful, to be able to tell somebody to go to hell and they look forward to the journey, to tell somebody that, I don't agree with you, without necessarily saying it, but that's what they will see. So you must learn to, and that semantics is actually powered on passive words rather than active words. Now I'm going into use of English again, okay? But you do it with what? Passive words. So instead of, can you give me that document? You use words like, would you please be kind to hand that document? Guys, you know that is the same thing that I've said. Do you agree with me? It's the same thing. But you know, the way I said it is different. So people are more likely to gravitate towards the second way that I said it rather than the first. So people like you when you're like that. You want to develop your skills to become a better communicator, a likable communicator. People gravitate towards you. Why? It shows them that you have respect for people. You know how to talk to people. People just like you. Okay? So you speak to me on the phone. I mean, for this, I've been told over and over, and I've told people every time, I beg, if you know somebody that can pay for my voice, just let them come and pay. I've been told over and over that, oh, you sound like a lady. People call and say, hello, ma. I said, I would have to politely. Over time, I know. I said, okay, it's not a woman. This is Mr. Oriko. Oh, I'm sorry, your voice sounds feminine. I say, yes, I know, I've been told. Okay, so was it always like this? No, I had to train myself to learn the power of decorum. So you find out that people gravitate more towards you. They want to help you. They want to support your cause because you are likable. People do business with people they like. People support people they like. These are all components of social media.
Thank you.
So Timothy, I hope I also answered your question.
We have another question in the chat room.
Okay. Is it the one from Adewale, right?
Yes. He says, on what occasions may we have to speak for ourselves also as PA or EA?
So, you know, when I say, you know, speak for yourself, you're not just going to go to your examiner and say, I've done a good job. No, that's not what we're doing. All right? So, your excellence, your you become visible when you do your work as a PA, as an EA. How do you anticipate your executive's needs? You need to become like a mind reader to him. That is you speaking. You are like a mind reader. You are steps ahead of him in what he would need. And you package it and give it to him in a form that is easy to consume for him. And guess what? Because they all have their own PAE, and these executives, they talk among themselves. Your executive will be like, you make it shine, and then at that point, that's my PA for you. He's on top of the game. He's short. Now he's the one speaking for you where it matters. And because he's speaking for you where it matters, there are other executives that are paying attention to you. such people in life at any point in time, any of them can give you reference to anything. They can speak for you anywhere outside the organization. And I talked about volunteering also. That's also powerful. Adewale, I hope that helps a little bit. Then I see a question here from Silver Jennifer. Can I share books to help build becoming a better communicator? Oh yes, I can. I can. There's one that is called Mastering the Art of Presentation. That is my own book. That is my book. You can find it on Seller. I hope, Chidima, I hope it's okay for me to talk about the book.
Sir, what book, please?
Mastering the Art of Presentation.
Oh, okay, sir. We can just put the title in the chat room. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that is one. And then
sir, don't forget to Godwin's hand is up. So we can take his question too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Godwin, go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, okay, sir. You've mentioned and you've educated us on socializing and its importance, okay? And permit me to say, though I stand to be corrected, I think socializing comes down to temperament. And for someone like me who would not like to, put himself out there to make friends or go all the way, like I just believe that friendship just have to happen. Okay, I'm not the type that will go all the way to ensure that this person becomes my friend. What would you advise me in the organizational space where there's a lot of politics? Because I've seen or I've heard how they say people become friends with top executive or senior managers, and then that has helped them to, advance their career in the workspace. So what would you advise someone like me who don't like to go all the way to, put myself out there to make friends? And what would you advise someone like me to do so that I can also, grow my career in that aspect?
Okay. So first and foremost, if I hear you clearly, everything you have said, you are the one that says you cannot make friends. Not that friends are not available. Okay, and you are the one that have put I listened to your semantics, everything you said, they are all self-imposing and self-limiting. Okay, and the other thing is, I'm not saying you must be friends with everybody, but you have a responsibility to be friendly with everyone. You have a responsibility to build a friendly disposition with people. That is, I mean, I don't see any way aside of that, if you're talking about succeeding, because we succeed with people. We succeed with people. Excuse me. So that's something you need to do. You need to be friendly. I'm not saying go and be friends with everyone. They're different things, but you must be friendly with everyone. A friendly disposition is good, and your personality just people going out from being outgoing and being friendly. There's nothing. If you have done any personality test and they told you can't, that's a lie. It's not properly done. We all have strength, right? In personality, those ones are natural to us. We all have areas where we can improve, so we can be better at some of the things. Okay, and if you say, oh, I hear people say, oh, I'm an introvert. You see all of those things, they are not created to be limited. They were just tools to be aware so that you can now learn how to navigate yourself within those stuff. And I can tell you that I am extroverted in my external interaction with people. But if I tell you that I'm an introvert, some people are like, no, it's not true. I am an introvert. But I have developed my extraversion skills on the outside. So I am the type that I can stay home if I'm not doing anything. I can be in my room. I'm not even saying in my house. I sometimes don't come out to my living room in 2-3 days if I'm not going to anywhere. I'm in my room. I love my space that much. But at the same time, I've also developed the capacity for extraversion when there is a need for it. Okay, so you need it because you need people. And don't give yourself a reason to shortchange yourself, right, from getting the best that life has to offer. Okay, Godwin.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your questions. Thank you, Mr. Onikosi. Now we're going to be moving to our breakout session. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be distributing everyone into 2 different groups. So you might find yourself in room 1 or room 2. The facilitators are also going to be included in this. So what is going to happen is when you're in the room, yes, I'm going to come to your particular room and I'm going to project my screen to show you the case study that you're supposed to take on as a group. So you discuss amongst yourselves, you discuss the answers to those questions, to those scenarios, and then afterwards you select one person who would come. That's when we come back and we merge the rooms together and we come back here. You would have selected one person to come and present on behalf of your group. So we're going to have 2 presenters from each group. No, 1 presenter rather from each group. So please hold on while I assign everyone to different groups. Thank you. A moment, please. Come back, everyone. Or come back. Our rooms were very hot. The 2 breakout rooms were very hot. You know, there were discussions left, right, and center. Everybody was contributing to it. I think everyone is back in the main session. We need 2 facilitators to be ready to listen to your presentations and to also, give points, when necessary, and tell you maybe what you should have been, this is how you should have been, and all that, and just give their opinion. Mr. Onikosi, are you with us? Mrs. Tijani, excuse me.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Mr. Onikosi? Mr. Onikosi, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So who is presenting for room 1? I'm going to project my screen so we can all see the questions for room 1. Who is presenting on behalf of room 1, please?
We have Chinabia.
Oh, Chinabia, yes. Please hold on. Let me please share my screen. Okay. Okay, please go ahead and make a presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you can see the question on the slides, and I'll just quickly jump into the discussion questions. So what the situation at hand is Sarah has a boss who, under pressure, he tends to use harsh words, and she understands the situation. And thankfully, Sarah is a self-aware person. She is empathic and she regulates herself, and she has social skills. So that helps in the ongoing conversation. So how can Sarah effectively manage the communication flow during the meeting, ensuring a productive discussion despite the anticipated tension? So in our group, we believed that for Sarah to manage the communication during the meeting, there are pre-meeting steps that she must have taken to control the narrative. One of that is preparing a meeting brief. Meeting brief entails what the discussion is going to be about, but it's like an agenda, but it's shared prior to the meeting, right? But it's not just talking about the discussions, it's talking about the objectives, the background, and the anticipated results of those discussions. So already, Sarah has, in a way, kind of like managed the situation. And she's not only doing this to her boss, she's also doing this to the head of marketing. And she's letting the marketing know the kind of person her boss is, because we're going to assume that the head of marketing perhaps doesn't know that her boss is someone that, acts under pressure. So already the person is managing his expectations. And if he's hearing Sarah's boss use harsh words, he's not reacting because he's already pre-informed. So these are the ways Sarah can manage the situation beforehand or during the communication flow during the meeting. And the second question is, what are the strategies Sarah could have employed to manage the situation? And one of us said Sarah has to be cool and calm and have a level head, meaning she has to be neutral. Because when she's neutral, she's able to objectively know when people are digressing from the agenda item. And Sarah, because of this, she's able to now let people know when because she's calm, level-headed, and neutral. And she can easily tell when people are following the agenda or not. And when they are not, she's able to call people's attention back and be like, okay, let's shift our focus from problems to solutions. So these are the strategies she can employ: active listening, staying calm and in control of her actions. And these are strategies she can employ to manage the situation during the meeting. Then we have the third question: how can EAs cultivate their emotional intelligence to better support C-suite executives? Now we're going to use a situation where you're new to your role, or you're new to supporting not new to your role rather, or you're new to supporting this C-suite executives, the CFO, the CEO, or the CMO. So we had learned that in our group, we had said experience is not necessarily the best teacher, knowledge is. What do? You seek information from those who have previously worked with this kind of person to understand their personality. Now, because Sarah is self-aware, she knows who she is, and she can, understand better who her boss is. She can tell where they're similar and where they differ in terms of personalities. And that will help her know how to manage her boss. Interact with other people who were there before you. She has to be a good listener, right? A good listener, not just to what is said, but to things that are not said as well. And then our group, we also believe that she has to understand her boss and understand their moods, read the room, right? Because these are the ways you build emotional intelligence. So thankfully, Sarah already is empathic. Thankfully, she regulates herself. Thankfully, she's self-aware. She just needs to understand who her boss is to apply her emotional intelligence better. So this is going to be fostered by having more knowledge about her boss, knowing his triggers, and doing things that would lessen those triggers, rather do more things that will keep the boss satisfied and happy, basically. And someone also said that Sarah can also sit with her boss to know his expectations of her and her deliverables. This also helps them have an understanding. So communication is key, active listening is key, having an understanding from effective communication with her boss will also help. And then for the final question, how can EAs subtly influence the communication environment within a meeting to foster collaboration? This kind of also goes back to the first one where we said that, before the meeting, something has to be put in play to, carry on the narrative during the meeting, where we have the agenda, where we have the briefs. And someone also said that, one of our team members also said that as much as possible, the executive assistants will act as moderators in those meetings. So if your organization is one that, as an executive assistant to the CEO, you're the person that often coordinates the meetings, you moderate the meetings to make sure that everybody is speaking not out of turn, speaking in turn and doing what's expected of them, making sure that everything that is being communicated is being understood. How can Sarah also do this? The first facilitator had taught us about technology, AI that can assist us. Sarah, whilst moderating the meeting, can also employ one of the AIs that help take meeting notes. So when Sarah has those meeting notes, it also helps with communication, because if this person is saying this, person is saying this, there's a meeting notes that has the facts and details of what was shared, and everybody has an understanding of what is being shared and what was said and what wasn't said, so that there are no confusions, and then to avoid multiple different opinions, right, or things that may not or may have not been said. So yeah, I think those are our answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chinabia. Thank you for representing and presenting in such a wonderful manner. Can we have Mr. Onikosi comment and just review the responses of this group? Thank you.
Chidima, that's my response. I've been clapping.
Wow.
I've been clapping.
Wow. So
It was
Chinabia,
well done.
very,
Yeah, I
very
mean,
well.
and one thing is, I think for your group, Peter was in that group too. I think I joined briefly before you guys closed the room. And all the other guys, I saw you guys all in the room there. And I think the choice of Chinabia, I think you guys, what did you know now about her that the rest of us didn't know? Because her presentation was good. It was
good market sell itself.
Good market sell itself. Really, yeah. So I listened, and as I did, I was paying attention, and I just found out that you guys were a good student of a lot of the concepts that we shared between yesterday and today, and seeing the role that Sarah, plays there, especially as Chinabia responded to question 4 and question 1. I see that understanding is great. I honestly don't want to just go blab. You guys were good. The responses, you took ownership of it and you made it your own, and it's okay. The other thing that I would ask that an EA or a TA who is going to be acting in this way that you can do is to, with time and practice, because I also hear Chinabia saying, that Sarah, in cases where she will be, kind of the moderator, right, for such meetings, I think it's also important to learn facilitation skills, meeting facilitation. Now, see, what we're doing most times here, people actually think is really facilitation, as it were. So what we did, from my own experience yesterday and today, we did training, okay? So facilitation of a meeting requires other skill set. There's a book that I would like to recommend if you can get it, The Perfect Meeting. It's a very powerful book because I have a certification in meeting facilitation. So that without going to do it, I also work as an independent meeting facilitator. You find, 2 different organizations, or within an organization, they want to have a meeting and they want to have an unbiased, meeting without having the facilitator, or what you call moderator now, having any interest. So I serve in such stuff. So I understand the dynamics. So I think if you have a book like that, you can also learn a little bit. It's by, I'm trying to remember, it's by some guy, Shama, but you'll find it. There's no book, it's not 2 books. The Perfect Meeting. The Perfect Meeting. It's a very good book. It can help you, navigate all of those things as you, bring 2 people together, understanding your own executive and helping the other senior person also to come into a meeting with a better understanding of the dynamics in the meeting. And one of the biggest things that really takes care of any tension or any issue, that maybe I use the word tension, is to have an agenda. An agenda is critical. An agenda defines the flow of the meeting and all of that. And it helps to anticipate what to expect, what would happen, and all of that. So, guys, well done. Thank you so much for really expressing this case study and giving it the life that it deserves. Thank you. Over to you.
So much. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Onikosi, and thank you, Chinabia, for representing very well. Now we'll move to room 2, or group 2 rather. So who is representing and presenting on behalf of group 2? Please.
I am.
Oh, okay, Jakarta. Yes, you're welcome. All right, I'm going to be scrolling to the second scenario.
Thank you very much again to our trainers, Mr. Onikosi and Mrs. Sejani. Good afternoon to them. Good afternoon, Chidima, and the Bidan team. Good afternoon, colleagues. Our own scenario was about a CEO of a rapidly growing tech startup, Mr. Hassan, and his executive assistant, Chika. And because of the rapid growth of the company, there's an increased workload for the CEO, Mr. Hassan. And so they have issues with information overload. The CEO receives constant emails, calls, and Chika struggles to prioritize the information effectively. They have meeting issues. They have meetings scheduled back to back to back, and it's hard to get any other work done. And project procrastination. Mr. Hassan has several important projects on his plate, but struggles to dedicate focused time due to constant interruptions. So that's our scenario. And the questions we were asked were 4 in number. So the first question was what specific skills or strategies could be helpful for Chika to address information overload. And our answer to that as a group was to address information overload, Chika could develop skills in filtering and categorizing incoming information based on priority and relevance, like the Eisenhower matrix that Mrs. Tijani spoke about. So implementing an email management system, setting up filters, and utilizing tools like priority flags can help. For managing meetings effectively, Chika could implement strategies such as setting clear meeting agendas, scheduling buffer times between meetings so they are not back-to-back per se, and using tools like calendar management software, like the normal calendar apps or the Google Calendar or whatever that she's comfortable with. Then supporting Mr. Hassan's project completion can involve implementing project management techniques such as breaking down the tasks into manageable chunks that he can then delegate or carry out more easily, and using collaboration platforms to track the progress of each of these projects or tasks. So, and the second question was, how can Chika improve communication with Mr. Hassan to ensure he receives the most relevant information and feels supported without feeling micromanaged? For that question, as a group, we thought Chika can improve communication with Mr. Hassan by establishing regular check-in meetings, providing concise updates, not too ambiguous, not too much or plenty, using effective communication channels tailored to Mr. Hassan's preferences. Mr. Tijani mentioned apps or tools like Loom, so like a video message on WhatsApp, whatever their agreed preference is between them, just concise information, straight to the point. Chika could also actively listen, because we spoke about active listening as well. Actively listen to Mr. Hassan's feedback and adjust her communication style accordingly, ensuring that she provides necessary support without appearing too intrusive or micromanaging. And the third question was, what technology tools or applications could be helpful for Chika to manage Mr. Hassan's schedule? And Mrs. Jani spoke about some of these tools, like, and in fact, she categorized it in her presentation, the ones for calendar or time management, the ones for project management, and other categories like that. So technology tools or applications that could be helpful for Chika, calendar apps, Microsoft Outlook, project management tools like Asana, Trello, communication platforms, and email filtering and prioritizing tools. Additionally, task management apps like to-do lists, a to-do app, or Evernote, I think Mrs. Tijani mentioned as well, can help Chika organize and track her tasks efficiently or effectively. And then the last question was, what strategy or tools have you found helpful in managing information overload, prioritizing tasks, and streamlining communication with your executives? Strategies and tools helpful in managing information overload, prioritizing tasks, and streamlining communication with executives include implementing the Eisenhower matrix, like I mentioned, that is urgent and important, and urgent but not important, or important but not urgent. Using the Eisenhower matrix for task prioritization, using task management apps to organize and track tasks, setting specific time blocks for focused work, employing the Pomodoro technique for productivity, and utilizing communication tools like Microsoft Teams for efficient team collaboration. Additionally, developing strong delegation skills, and that's the one of the themes of our answer as a group. Delegation has to come in at some point if the load is too much, but even delegation has to be done a certain way. Like I said, with project management, you have to break the tasks down so you know what specific tasks you want to delegate to who. And even the meetings, some of the meetings can be delegated or asked, somebody else can be asked to chair some of these meetings while the CEO does other things. And establishing clear communication channels with executives can help in managing workload effectively. So these are our 4 answers as a group to our own case study. Thank you very much. And I hope I've been able to convince you, not confuse you.
Thank you very much for that for those rich responses. I would like Mrs. Tijani to please comment on Group 2's presentation delivered by Jakarta. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Chidima. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me say that my comment is not to try to maybe match what Mr. Onikosi said for his group. It's actually genuinely to thank Jakarta and every member of the group for, there is this joy that comes with you seeing that what you have actually passed on is being internalized. And I saw that in the responses. I could almost say that that was a summary for day 2 for the session. Everything down to the specific tools mentioned for those responses. And I'm really delighted. I was in the breakout session all through, and I could hear that, I could sense that everybody contributed in no small way to those responses. And they took the training and, got even, I like that they even broke down the Eisenhower matrix, which I mentioned, but that someone, maybe Jakarta, apparently went to check it out to know that, okay, urgent and important, this is what to do. Urgent and not important, not urgent but important, not urgent and not important. That matrix, I like the breakdown and the way everything was presented. So great job to Group 2. Well done. You absolutely knocked that out of the park. Let me just talk on delegation a bit. As an EA or PA or TA, delegation is critical. And this case study is not just another imaginary case study. It happens more often than we might want to, admit. Sometimes maybe because of some certain seasons, our executives go through a period where they have more volume of work, and we need to step up and step in to manage the situation. Now, delegation is critical. Based on the Eisenhower matrix, whatever is urgent, but not important, you could always delegate. And for delegation, what you could do is look around. That's why I said that some of the way that this role is moving is from silo to team. You're moving from working as an individual contributor to working as part of a team. And working as part of a team requires you to know the strengths of the senior executives and employees that, work with you, such that when a task comes for your executive and you believe and you know that this is not supposed to be for them. It's urgent, but it's not important. It's not something they absolutely have to spend their time on. You could just look around in the company, in the organization or the department and say, okay, this person is very well versed in this. I would just push it to this other person. And because of the influence you have built based on the points we shared in the class, you could absolutely just assign on behalf of your executive, and such people who get assigned those tasks take it very important and run with it and provide you with feedback. And for that feedback, you need project management skills to be able to follow through and get the outcome that you want. So absolutely fantastic responses. There is nothing to add, but it's just for me to say that we should go a step further beyond knowing these things. Let's begin to put them to use in our daily work as EAs, as PAs, and as TAs. Thank you so much, Group 2. Such amazing, amazing presentation.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Tijani. Thank you to Group 1. Thank you to Group 2. Thank you to all the participants. Thank you to both the facilitators. You know, we've had very, very impactful session for the first day and for the second day. I'm sure we all took away one thing or two. I myself, being a research and development officer, I also took something from this, you know, having to speak for yourself, you know, when you've done something, when you've, you know, when you've made an achievement in terms of your work or your job role, not letting, you know, sometimes we say, like, it's like Mr. Nicholson mentioned that sometimes we say, oh, let my work speak for me. You don't always need to, or you don't always, you know, need to let your work speak for you. You should speak for yourself, you know, and get recognition for your work. That's something that I've taken away from this. So I really want to appreciate every one of us that stuck with us for the 2 days. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to hand over to the Chief Executive of the Bank Directors Association of Nigeria, Ms. Adebukola Orenuga, for the closing remark.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to everyone. Most especially, thank you to my colleague Chidema. She anchored the session very well while we were engaged with other things in the office. On behalf of the Board of Directors and our chairman, Mr. Mustafa Chikeobi, we want to thank everyone, want to thank our personal assistants, executive and technical assistants of our member banks for taking time out to attend. The attendance was fantastic today, being a Saturday, and we know that, you know, your Saturdays are very important to you, but also your development and your career advancement is even more important also. Special thank you to Mr. Onikosi. I know that I have not really engaged with Mr. Onikosi, so a big thank you. Thank you for facilitating the session. I listened in throughout. I was in the background listening. So thank you so much, Mr. Onikosi. Thank you to Emanuela Tijani. I remember she also attended one of our trainings and now she's on the other side. So I say to our assistants that we might call on you to facilitate a session in the near future. You never can tell. So please, I hope that you've all learned 1 or 2 things or 3 things, and that, you know, you're also preparing to impact future assistants at any of our webinars or training. Thank you so much. I wish all of you an enjoyable and relaxing rest of the weekend. And we'll be in touch. We'll send out the presentation slides. We'll send out the feedback form. We hope to hear from each and every one of you when we send the feedback form. I know that we usually say we'll send your certificates when you send your feedback to us. But we'll please encourage you to please respond. Give us your feedback. It helps our future programs and it helps us get better in terms of our own assessment also, and how we design our programs. Thank you to everyone, and have a blessed weekend.